I found a way to run my
So test that. Mic check 1 2 1 2. All right, good morning, everybody. We are live in Philadelphia awaiting a press conference, a part of the Trump legal team. Brian, Libby, and Philip here covering all the events here in Philadelphia. As yesterday, as you noticed, we were at the rally, kind of the recount support, many from people from the left. For that today, coming up after this press conference, we'll be back down in Philadelphia outside the convention center for an official Trump rally that was called yesterday. So as we await this press conference, guys, what do you anticipate we're going to hear from? I know we have several people that are going to talk today.
Yes, thanks, Brian. I really appreciate it. We're expected to hear from former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who's obviously a close advisor to the president, and former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi, as well as senior advisor Corey Lewandowski, will be set to speak here any moment in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We're a little bit outside the city right now. We're somewhat in the suburbs of Philadelphia, but it's still considered Philadelphia, and we're here, and they're going to be speaking. I'm not sure what the message that they're going to send today is, but I'm sure it will be something along the lines of, we're still in this, we want a fair election, and that is what we're going to fight to do.
Yeah, thanks, Philip. I'm also expecting they might mention something about Supreme Court Justice Alito's court order that they had to separate the ballots in Pennsylvania received after the election date. Not sure what the court will rule on that eventually and if that will make an impact, but that'll definitely, I think, be relevant to their conversation today. So we'll see what holds there, and we're really excited to also bring to you guys the rally later today. We were walking around town this morning, just scoping out the area. We saw that there were actually barriers in the street now, showing that they're expecting a pretty large gathering here today. So we'll be bringing that to you once we get back from the press conference here.
And I want to add to that, I noticed the theme is very different downtown than it was yesterday. It very much sounds like a Trump rally. You've got the music that you typically hear from a Trump campaign rally. So they've got the sound system set up. I'm sure they're going to have thousands of supporters down there. If you watch the coverage yesterday, it's a very tiny area. So imagine on a Saturday, it is probably 71 and sunny here, beautiful weather here in Philadelphia. I anticipate a very large turnout for this rally, and of course we'll be there to bring all that over to you as well. So what you're taking a look at now is live. They're doing some audio checks here. I think we're probably about 5-6 minutes out from the official start. We were given the 15-minute warning about 10 minutes ago, but if you're just joining us, welcome. We are live in Philadelphia at the Four Seasons Landscaping. Now this is wasn't the first choice I thought that this would happen at, but nevertheless, this is where we're at right here, and I'm imagining we're going to hear a lot of optimistic as far as the election goes. And of course, we all think that this election was not fair. These votes were not counted correctly, and there was some illegal votes and some votes that were casted after November 3rd. And we just want to get to the bottom of it. We just want a fair election, and we think that we can get to that, but we've just got to keep challenging.
And this is breaking news right now. Joe Biden is the projected winner of the 2020 presidential election. So that means that this would make Joe Biden have projected Joe Biden to be the winner, and they will now project this image that he is the president-elect of the United States. What are your thoughts on that, Brian?
It's very interesting you say that, because I've noticed the press corps here, everyone's looking down at their phones, getting that alert. So now everyone's is aware of that notification that just was pushed out. Now, I would imagine you're going to hear that response from the Trump legal team today in response to that, I guess, claim that this thing is over, right? But we know that this is not over, that we knew it was going to go to court. So we know it's going to take a higher power to get things to go the right way. But there you have it. I mean, you're hearing breaking news right here on Right Side Broadcasting. Of course, we want to thank everybody for watching us right now. We can really appreciate if you tag a friend, share this broadcast. We need to get as many eyeballs on it as possible. This is a very important day in American history, and we're just proud to be a part of it and have everyone watching.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Brian. The AP, the Associated Press, which is here today, called the race for Joe Biden at 11:25 a.m. this morning after saying that Joseph R. Biden secured the state of Pennsylvania and its electoral votes, which would have pushed him over the top, according to them. I'm just looking at reports from NBC, NPR, Philadelphia Inquirer, all saying that Joe Biden will be president-elect and the 46th president of the United States. We're going to keep fighting. I'm sure Team Trump is not going to give up. The Trump campaign is not going to give up. They're going to keep fighting, and that is absolutely what we have to do to make sure that there is a fair election above all.
Yeah, and I think something that's important to remember is that the mainstream media will call this for Joe Biden, but that doesn't really mean anything until it's contested in the courts and the courts make a decision, because we know that Team Trump will bring it there. So we also know that the media was completely on Joe Biden's side, and they want you to take their narrative, basically. So just consider that whenever you're reading these headlines, that they're calling it for Joe Biden as president-elect. Also, for this rally today, I know that I'm curious how they're going to fit so many people down there. I know we were having trouble finding parking in the city of Philly, so I'm curious how we're going to get thousands more parked in there.
And what's interesting about that is, especially after the AP has announced the winner, so now Trump supporters anywhere around Philly, I'm making a call out to you right now, head down to Arch and 12th Street, right outside the convention center. This is the time now to gather and rise up, as Trump Nation typically does when we go to a rally. So definitely do that, because today's a very important day, and we need to show the president that we have his back. And I know everyone here at Right Side Broadcasting, he's known this from day one. He watches this broadcast. He knows that we have his back, but we want to show the millions of Americans across this country that are showing support for this president despite what we've seen. And to your point, mainstream media has called this election almost 4 years ago, right? And of course, big tech, Twitter, big social media companies as well. There's censorship across the board in terms of showing a conservative support and exposing a lot of the fraud that we've seen in the voting process. It has been suppressed. It has been censored. And you know what? The time is going to come where people are going to have to answer some questions to what happened.
Yeah, and I saw a tweet yesterday. I think this guy on Twitter was testing Twitter, and he made two claims. One, he said Joe Biden won Pennsylvania, and one that Trump won Pennsylvania, President Trump won Pennsylvania. And they censored the one that said President Trump won Pennsylvania for false news, basically, but not the one that said Joe Biden was. So that just shows you right there where they stand, if we didn't already know.
Absolutely. As you stand here real quickly, you're probably hearing some horns honk and people driving by. There's a lot of Trump supporters that you cannot see. They're not allowed in here. So if you're wondering right now why you're not seeing any supporters, because this was media only. Now we're seeing some activity outside right now. We don't know what's going on, but supporters were not allowed to come in here. But once the message gets out there that Biden won this thing, you're going to see. Well, now we got some people running out in the streets right now. I don't know what's going on. I tell you what, why don't you guys stay here? I'm gonna break to the front to see what's happening. So you guys stay here.
Okay, so Brian's going to go over there, see what's happening. We have a lot of movement. We'll try to get you guys the information on that. So, Philip, do you think this call by the mainstream media will make supporters more fired up?
I believe so. I think it's important, but I also want to clarify that Right Side Broadcasting Network has not called the election for Joe Biden, just so we put that out there.
And actually, nor should we. Anyway, we're not a part of the electoral process. I don't think any Twitter, any Facebook, and really any media outlet, this has to be official. This has to come from election officials. So let's not jump the gun on any of this. And in all fairness, and by the way, I did kind of peek my eye around the corner. We heard a lot of commotion going on in front. I think it was just some supporters out in the street and cars going by, because there's a lot of people out there, and there's blocking the street. So it's nothing I don't think happened just now, but we are waiting. We're probably about 5 minutes out from this press conference. If you're just joining us, welcome. We are live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, waiting Trump legal team to make a comment, a few words. I would imagine they're going to talk about what just happened and what was just declared by the AP, and so we'll see what the reaction is to that.
And, I always heard the saying, just because you see it on the internet doesn't mean it's true. Well, I think the same thing is true. Just because you hear it on the news doesn't mean that it's true. And, who's to say that the media, which can be obviously so biased, can have a say in who wins the election? It almost seems as if they've illegitimately made these calls. And it paints a bad picture, because then it leaves people unknowing what actually is the truth. And I think that is the dangerous part about the media in this country.
Absolutely. I've talked to a lot of foreign press over the last day or so, and that's exactly what they've said, actually, is it's irresponsible as journalists, which have, quite honestly, have become activists in a lot of ways, to make these claims irresponsibly without facts, without data, without someone saying, yes, that is true. And we've seen it. We've seen states during the election night flip from Trump to Biden, Biden to Trump, back and forth. And I think that's irresponsible. Calling races that are super close, calling it either side is wrong. And it's also wrong that if you have someone has a double-digit lead in a state, why you don't call it. Like I don't. That's what I don't understand. That's been one of the biggest concerns with me, is we've seen states like Pennsylvania where Trump was up 700,000 votes at one point, and then magically overnight it dwindled down to nothing. He's behind. And I think that's really what we want, some clarification on that. And we've seen that the voting officials have not been able to go and oversight and properly to make sure that the process is going legally, it's transparent. And I think that's what we all want as Americans. We want a transparent election.
Absolutely, Brian. And also, what happened to races being won on election night? Now, obviously, there was a little bit of an issue with Bush versus Gore in 2000, with the hanging chads in Florida. That was one state. This election cycle, there has been 7 states that went undecided, or so, 7 or 8 states that have went undecided into the next morning. It just seems that they didn't have their ducks in a row, and more than they didn't have their ducks in a row, it set up for a total fraudulent voting process to happen. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's funny that all the states that you mentioned who stopped counting that night were ahead for President Trump, and then the next day they suddenly were not. And if any objective media outlet, or just anyone fair, which is what they're supposed to be, would definitely not call this race whenever there were so many outstanding lawsuits with the Trump campaign. If they were being objective, they would at least wait and see how those turn out. But clearly, since they are not, they want to control what you think about it, make you think it's over, there's no hope, and they want you to stop fighting. So don't do that. Don't go along with their narrative, and make sure you keep praying, keep fighting, and doing what you can for this election.
And oddly enough, if you're taking a look at behind the facility, of course, you had a shot at the podium earlier. This is a Four Seasons landscaping where this is taking place, and it seems to be some type of work, family business, what it is here. So we're in the back parking lot here, and as we bring this to you, this is a very important day in American history, as they have declared Joe Biden the president, 46th president of the United States. But yet there's so many unanswered questions right now, and you can take a look at some of the presses here, and there's press from all around the world, as we typically have found in the last 2-3 weeks of this campaign. We've got about every country represented here. Of course, the mainstream media is here as well. The AP, many NPR is here as well. So there's a lot of media outlets, and this is it, folks. This is not only this is game day, this is overtime. This is, and put it football perspective, the moments here for clarification. Of course, I would expect the Trump legal team to answer a lot of questions that many of us had, and let's just be transparent right now. I'm taking the gloves off today. I'm going to ask the questions. I want a message from Team Trump to the mainstream media on their thoughts of how the whole thing was covered. So I'm going to ask that a little bit later when it goes to questions later. But yeah, what a monumental day here in our country, and you're witnessing it as we all stand here at Four Seasons landscape. This is not where we thought we'd stand on a Saturday after the election.
Are we surprised 5 years later? Poor media coverage. I think I saw a statistic, 92% of media coverage of the Trump administration has been negative coverage. Are we honestly surprised that just now, 7 days after the election, the media decided that they were going to be fair? I'm not surprised one bit. I don't think that this is something that was unexpected or a surprise. This was completely expected for the mainstream media to pander to the Democrat Party and illegitimately make these claims to strike indecisiveness and fear in the American people about what the future of the country is going to look like. But here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, we are dedicated to bringing you the truth and bringing you the facts, and we're going to continue to do so. That's why we're here today, to cut through the minutia.
Thanks, Philip. And I think it doesn't take a political analyst to know exactly what the next narrative of the mainstream media is. They'll tell you that he is not accepting the results of the election and that he's keep fighting for an illegitimate presidency, which is very funny considering they spent 3 years trying to impeach him and didn't accept the terms of the last election. So they'll accuse him of that, know that ahead of time. That's going to be the narrative. And you just have to consider that whenever you're hearing the mainstream media. Don't let it get you down, because we already know. They'll tell you that, he's a fascist dictator. But when you think about it, if he was really a fascist dictator, wouldn't he have rigged the election so he won and there would be no shot of him losing? Just in my knowledge of how fascist dictators have run elections, they wouldn't leave it up for chance for them to not be in power. So I think you just have to consider the narrative that will be coming from the mainstream media and know how to combat that.
Thank you so much, Libby. You're so right about everything that you just said. It couldn't be more true. It seems like that's actually what is coming from the other side of the aisle. So that is something to consider. 25 seconds ago, Fox News projected Biden to defeat Trump to become 46th president after winning Nevada and Pennsylvania. Yet again, time and time again, the mainstream media has let the American people down, pushing falsehoods, pushing untruths, pushing things that aren't even legitimate. I don't think this election, the turnout is legitimate. There has definitely been fraud in this election, and the American people deserve a free and fair election. This is the United States of America. Like you're saying, Libby, we are not a fascist country. We are not run by a dictator. Things deserve to be done the right way, and that is what the Trump campaign is going to be pushing for here today. Rudy Giuliani, Pam Bondi, Corey Lewandowski out here making sure that there's a free and fair election for every single American, no matter who they voted for.
It's interesting. I had a conversation with my parents a couple of days ago, and they had no idea about any of these allegations for voter fraud. I said, well, of course you don't, because you're watching the mainstream media. A large majority of Americans have no idea what has gone on. Of course, we do. We're connected. We see it. We cover it. And I would say to a certain extent, Fox News does too. But overall, they have ignored all the discrepancies in this election, and they want you to ignore it. They don't want you to know it. They want you, the average American right now watching, or that's perhaps at Home Depot right now shopping, they want them to understand that Joe Biden is the winner of this election, hands down, end of story. That is not the case, and you're going to see this in the courts. We all know this. We've been talking about this for a month now, that this could happen, and we're going to see it.
And if you haven't yet seen any evidence of fraud, I was actually listening to a podcast this morning by the Daily Signal, which is part of the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank down in Washington, D.C., and they were interviewing a pro bono lawyer from, he was in Pittsburgh actually, trying to be a Republican poll watcher and was organizing all of that. And his experience he was sharing with the Daily Signal there was that Republican canvassers, pre-canvassers, were not being treated fairly. Some of them weren't allowed in the poll locations, even though that was their right to do so. People were saying, oh, they're Trumpers, we won't let them in. And even though that wasn't necessarily evidence of fraud, it's very suspicious, because if you have nothing to hide, you should absolutely want both sides to be able to watch you if you're not doing anything that's sketchy. So right there, if you want to go listen to that and find some evidence, that was on the Daily Signal, and I thought that was a really interesting perspective on what he was hearing actually in Pittsburgh. So 20 electoral votes of Pennsylvania up there, and that's not an isolated experience. What do you think about that, Brian?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Shifting gears real quickly, I read something this morning. This is greater than just a President Trump presidency or a Joe Biden presidency. This is literally on the brink of what we know this country and how it was founded, Judeo-Christian values. I think that Joe Biden is nothing but a puppet for the radical left to come in this country and remove all presence of God, all presence throughout the fabric of our country. This is, I hate to say it, but this is good versus evil here. And I know that you get a lot of kickback on that, but it's absolutely true. You tell me one thing that the radical left stands for that is biblical based. Nothing. I am all about equal opportunity, but we cannot have equal outcome. That's called socialism, and that is on the brink. And I know that they fight back on those words, and they denounce that they're a part of that, but that is their disguise. They are nothing but a socialist plan for this country. And if you're young and you're watching this right now, this is not the country that I grew up. I'm 51 years old. I can tell you right now, that is not what I grew up on. Let's see if we get a couple little standbys on that. We might be getting closer and closer to getting this thing started as we're moments away. If you're just now joining us live, we are in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, awaiting the press conference from the Trump legal team. I'm sure in response to today's earlier moments ago declaring Joe Biden the victor as a 46th president of the United States. I would imagine that we're going to hear some comments from the Trump team in regards to that, and of course take some questions from the press.
Stand right over here. Yes, sir, in just a second. Careful, nobody tripping the wire.
Yeah. Everybody should be sailing. Beautiful day. Sure is. Yeah, that's a hell of a lot of camera. You get 10. Walk the knees too long. That'd be great. Good job as you doing all of those.
I will be.
Yeah.
Pandemic hit right when I started my firm.
Wow, what a beautiful day. Thank you. Thank you for coming. So I'm here on behalf of the Trump campaign as an attorney for the president to describe to you the first part of a situation that is extremely troubling. First of all, for the state of Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and then for a number of other states. And these lawsuits will be brought starting on Monday. But the first time it was discovered was here in Pennsylvania just a couple of days ago. The people you see behind me are just a few of about, I'd say, 50 to 60 poll watchers who will all testify that they were uniformly, will wait. That they were uniformly deprived of their right to inspect any single part of the mail-in ballots. As you know from the very beginning, the mail-in ballots were a source of some degree of skepticism, if not a lot of skepticism, as being innately prone to fraud. The New York Times had written that 10 years ago under other circumstances, but of course changed their mind once it was a situation involving President Trump. Congresswoman Jordan, in her vast and compendious review of various forms of voter fraud, cited mail-in ballots as the most prone to fraud. With all that, you would have expected there'd be a high degree of security and a high degree of inspection that would be provided for mail-in ballots. Instead, in the wisdom of the officials, Democrat officials here in a city that's been Democrat for 60 years and has a very long history of voter fraud, documented history of voter fraud, instead of going to a high degree of care to allow inspections of the mail-in ballots, there was no inspection of a single mail-in ballot. Those mail-in ballots could have been for anybody. Those mail-in ballots could have been for anybody they wrote in. Those mail-in ballots could have been written the day before by the Democratic Party hacks that were all over the convention center. What I'm saying to you is not a single one was inspected, as the law required. Even when a court order was obtained to allow the Republican inspectors to get 6 feet closer, they moved the people counting the ballots 6 further feet away. It's really simple. If you have nothing to hide with these mail-in ballots, you allow inspection. I mean, this is common knowledge, common practice in the examination of absentee ballots, which happens all the time. You take out the absentee ballot, you open it up, the Republican looks at it, the Democrat looks at it. If nobody objects, you put it in the pile. If either objects, you put it aside. That's what's done for absentee ballots, which have the extra security of having signatures you can match. Here, which a much more insecure method of voting, no Republican got a chance to look at that ballot. Some of the ballots you will see looked suspicious. From very far away, they look like same pen, possibly same handwriting. We can't say that because we never got to see it. Now, you're also going to find that way across, on the other side of the state, there is a similar situation in Pittsburgh involving 300,000 ballots that were uninspected, unreviewed, not observed by a single Republican. Not a single one. It's got to be a pattern. As a friend of mine says, I don't believe in conspiracies, but I also don't believe in coincidences. Kind of funny that all Republicans were rejected here and all Republicans were rejected in Pittsburgh, and it amounts to about, just about the 700,000 votes that President Trump was ahead by 2 days ago that disappeared. And we have no way of knowing, because we were deprived of the right to inspect, if a single one of those ballots is legitimate. That is unheard of. It's illegal. It's unconstitutional. And we will be bringing an action challenging that. And I emphasize to you, it's only one of the many other infirmities in this election. I know this city has a sad history of voter fraud. After all, Joe Frazier is still voting here. Kind of hard since he died 5 years ago, but Joe continues to vote. If I recall correctly, Joe was a Republican, so maybe I shouldn't complain. But we should go see if Joe is voting Republican or Democrat now from the grave. Also, Will Smith's father has voted here twice since he died. I don't know how he votes because his vote is secret. In Philadelphia, they keep the votes of dead people secret. At least that is something that you can be commended for. I'm not attacking the people of Philadelphia. I'm attacking a decrepit democratic machine, which has a lot of other reasons to be attacked. It's been around for 65 years. You keep electing the same people. The city gets no better. The crime goes way through the roof. The riots you have, the police stand by and watch it, not because of the police, because you have a mayor that lets them stand by and watch it. You got a district attorney who lets people go free. You are poorly served, ladies and gentlemen of Philadelphia. And then you got a political machine. Mayors who let riots take place, district attorneys who set criminals free. I don't think they're going to care much about ballot fraud. This is outrageous. In an enormously important contest with a very, very suspect method of voting, there was no security. Zero. The people of this city, people of this country, have no assurance at all that those ballots were actually cast. They would have to have been almost unanimously cast for Joe Biden in order to catch up. And let me have one or two of the people, let me emphasize, this is only 2 or 3 of about 50 people so far that have given us statements, affidavits, recordings. We're going to have many, many witnesses. It's not a small case. It can be a big case. But I wanted you to get the flavor of it here in Philadelphia, because we also have to alert the people of Pittsburgh that the same fraud was done to them as here. And I'll also add, same thing was done in Georgia. The same thing was done in Michigan. The same thing was done in North Carolina. Seems to me somebody from the Democratic National Committee sent out a little note that said, don't let the Republicans look at those mail-in ballots, at least not in the big Democratic hack cities that we control. We've done a lot to destroy those cities, and now we're going to destroy their right to vote. So let's start off first. My friend, you just tell briefly what happened to you, who you are, and what happened to you like you described it before.
I am Daryl Brooks. I'm in Philadelphia. Okay.
Take your mask if you need. Take your mask off.
Okay, take it off.
Take your mask off.
Okay. All right. Daryl Brooks, Philadelphia resident. Here for about 2 years. I come out here to support our president, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted to be on the go to the poll to watch. A lot of us were excited about the president winning a second term, and a lot of individuals, African Americans in Philadelphia, were, especially men, were talking about the 401k plan and how they were excited because their finances. So when I go to the poll, it was basically they put us at 20 feet away, and they said no cameras, no phones, you cannot take pictures. I was even harassed by some of the Democratic Party poll watchers, and that is also recorded. And then next thing you know, it was 6 feet away, and they still would not allow us to see anything that was happening. We saw people working on the ballots, but we didn't know any names. We didn't see anything. We don't know if people voted twice or 3 times. We didn't know if people were dead people were voting. But we were there and we were watching, and it's such a shame. This is a democracy, Philadelphia, and they did not allow us to see anything, and was it corrupt or not? But give us the opportunity as poll watchers to view all the documents, all the ballots. And listen, you know, we just want a fair election. And we viewed that it was not fair at all. It was not fair to allow us to, you could allow us to look at the ballots, some ballots, but nothing. We were kept away from everything.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Matt Silver. I went for 16 hours straight poll watching. It took about 30, 45 minutes to get through, despite me having credentials of all possible manner. Eventually I showed an email proving that I was supposed to go in. They at least let me through. When I was there, I was turned away for a tablet. They did not want any tablets or computers there. I had to bring that elsewhere. Eventually, when I was let through, you were not able to get anywhere near the ballots. There were 3 rows of people counting ballots. The closest at my day, may have been 15 feet away. Then there was another row, then there was another row. To the extent that you could see anything, we were told repeatedly, including by Democratic poll watchers, including by police, that if they see us taking a photograph or a video, we'll be thrown out and not let back in. The only place you could use a phone was several hundred feet away from the ballots. I don't know what they were trying to protect. When I was there, I saw some people looking at the ballots legitimately. Some people were flipping through them at a rate of every second or so in a way that we specifically could not even see a single thing. To the extent that you could see a thing in certain boxes, I saw they seemed to be, at least certain boxes, seemed to be in the same unusual pen and seemed to have very similar handwriting. Some boxes were normal, some boxes were like that. When they finished with going through boxes, they put them in the very, very back of the room where you couldn't see a thing hundreds of feet away. Then they put supposedly the same boxes, I can't tell if they are or are not, through separate machines where they stripped the ballots, the outer casing with simple signatures to the privacy ballot. At that point, the actual signatures are completely separate from the privacy ballot, and they'll never be able to be tracked back. What I saw was disturbing, and the process seemed to be specifically so we could not observe, and also so we could not challenge. The only way to challenge something was to call an individual called Seth, who was in the back of the room who could speak to people. And again, they were very worried about photographs and videos.
How were you chosen?
I was asked both by my local ward and the Republican National Lawyers Association. I responded to both. I was willing to do so. There was some type of vetting process, including my bar number and I guess my credentials, and then I was accepted.
And you're an attorney, right?
I am an attorney.
Where did you file a complaint initially? When you saw this behavior happening, who did you go to?
I asked the individuals in the group who were the most senior, and again,
We'll take questions later. When you moved 6 feet closer, as far as you knew, was that based on a court order?
I assume it was a court order. In no case was I closer than 15 feet to anyone counting.
Did they move 6 feet further away?
The closest row for me was 15, 20 feet away. Then there was another row 15, 20 feet beyond that counting, then another 15, 20 beyond that. The only thing I could see at all was the row closest to me.
Okay. And again, how were you selected?
I was selected by the Philadelphia Republican Party.
And credentialed by them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And we'll have one. Lizette, would you speak for the other group that were not allowed access, which is another category? Would you mind?
Not at all, thank you.
See if I can get this down a little.
I'll stand on my toes.
Want me to hold you up?
Good morning, thanks for being here. I'm Lisette Tarragano. I'm a longtime resident of Philadelphia. T as in Thomas, Arragano. You're welcome. I am a longtime resident of Philadelphia, although not native. And quite frankly, I've always been about, I'm a retired attorney, and I got really, really hepped up about watching voter freedom, freedom of speech, and being able to say the words Donald Trump without getting pushed in a corner. And when I really got excited about being asked to observe ballots was when I felt that my way of life is being put in jeopardy. The American way of life being put down for things I say, who I like, and it's not fair. I'm the child and granddaughter of both Holocaust victims and survivors, and I'm the daughter of a World War II veteran and who fought for and or ran away from horrible, horrible times where people are repressed and sent away. And what I noticed when I was brought in to be a poll watcher, I was never brought in, actually. I never got past the first identification stage. They kept saying that mine, as well as 5 or 6 other Republicans, their names hadn't been entered into the system. And after the first time it happened, the second time it happened, I had no second thoughts about it being a problem, more that somebody failed to finger us into the computer system. But after a while, what I witnessed, and I said to Mr. Giuliani before, in a morbid curiosity, staring at, I felt insidious fraud going on. I felt that we were kept away from doing our civil duty. That was everybody on both parties should be upset about. This is horrible. We're being restricted. We're being restrained. And I see this nothing as the insidious nature of the Philadelphia and Pennsylvania governments who are keeping us away from doing what we were meant to do.
Thank you. Thank you. Was that the other 1, 2, 3?
Are here with me today.
The other 3 here are also poll watchers who were deprived of their opportunity to even go into the room. I could have brought, I'm getting a list now to count them, I could have brought about 50 with me, but I didn't do it for 2 reasons. 50 is too many. Number 2, they're afraid. They're afraid of being publicly identified. They're willing to testify in court. They're afraid there'll be repercussions against them because one of the people that did speak on television has already had threats. Jeremy Mercer, who was in charge, has already given a statement twice, both here in Philadelphia the day after the election, I believe, and then he was interviewed on television. Jeremy will basically corroborate the statements that were given about the fact that he was there for 21 hours, and then again for another couple of hours. He believes about 300,000 ballots went through. He was unable to see any of them. He requested an opportunity to do so numerous times. Then they went to court. They got an order that they could be 6 feet closer. They were put 6 feet closer, and the tables they were observing were put at least 6 feet further away, or the people moved to tables that were further in the back. The other witnesses who we've interviewed, and we've interviewed about half of the 50, all corroborate to a T exactly what you see here. That they thought they were going to show up to do an inspection. Some of them had inspected absentee ballots before, where you're shown the ballot. The Republican is shown the ballot. The Democrat is shown the ballot. Neither objects, you put it in. If either objects, you put it aside for discussion later. Nothing like that happened here at all. This is a gross miscarriage of the process that would assure that these ballots are not fraudulent. It's a fraud, an absolute fraud. I mean, you can't just submit these ballots and not have them checked. They're highly suspect ballots, mail-in ballots. It's also highly suspect because it's almost mathematically impossible, several people have already testified, to close the lead that Biden closed when things closed on Tuesday night. President Trump was ahead by almost 800,000 votes. And it took a couple of days to be able to produce enough ballots to bring it down. Now, could some of those ballots have been manufactured in advance by the Democrat machine of Philadelphia? It wouldn't be the first time they did it. And then exactly why didn't they want the ballots inspected if the ballots are legitimate? It would seem to me, knowing the suspicion that would exist on a political machine like this, with the reputation that it has, you would go to the extra extent to be transparent. Instead, they went to an extra extent to be secretive, as did the Democrat Party in pretty much the cities they control as a machine like this one. Because although we don't have as many complaints yet, we've got about 12 in Atlanta, we've got about 15 in Detroit, we've got about 20 more in the rest of Michigan. I would say in at least 10 states now, we have complaints almost exactly like this. This will be a statewide case because there are 300,000 ballots equally in question in Pittsburgh, with witnesses similar to these witnesses. In some cases, they actually saw a little bit more that would suggest that the ballots were being tampered with. But I have to wait until they're all fully debriefed. Bernie?
Number two, Mr. Giuliani, what evidence, concrete evidence, can you point to that the ballots themselves, not the people who are watching, but that the ballots themselves are being tampered with? The first thing that's possible conception.
Well, first of all, obviously he's not going to concede when at least 600,000 ballots are in question. It's not my job to determine if the ballots are right or not. It's their job. With a mail-in ballot or an absentee ballot, the burden under law is on the party that's proposing it, which is why it has to be inspected. It's not my, how can I possibly tell you there's fraud or no fraud? The way they conducted themselves, because it looks, I can't tell you exactly what's on the ballot. They conducted themselves in a way that suggests that there was fraud. One of the things that does involve fraud is not making it possible for the people who are supposed to inspect. That's a fraud. That's a fraud on the voters. The voters expect that their inspectors are going to be able to inspect. The voters were defrauded of that right. We will not know if those 600,000 ballots were valid, invalid, or not. Having conducted themselves that way, they certainly present a very strong circumstantial case that the ballots were tampered with. Also, the highly unusual, almost mathematically impossible reduction in the vote in that period of time also raises the question that the ballots were tampered with. So they've done everything they can to yell out to you we were tampering with the ballots without being stupid enough to show it to you. They kept our inspectors away. They kept our inspectors away uniformly. I don't think we're going to find a single Republican that ever got to look at one of those ballots when the law requires that we are allowed to look at them. They did it here, and they did it in Pittsburgh. That can't be a coincidence. How do they figure out in Pittsburgh they should do the same thing that happened here? And they didn't do it in other places. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask Corey Lewandowski to explain his experience. Now, I said I'm going to have...
Well, I appreciate you being here today. Let me just give you one concrete example, not anecdotal, but concrete example of what we believe to be valid voter fraud in the state of Pennsylvania. I draw your attention to an obituary listed for one Denise Ondish in Allegheny County, born 9/10/1946, deceased 10/22/2020. Her application to vote was received on 10/23, the day after she died. It was then mailed by the county back to her on 10/24/2020, 2 days after she had legally passed away. And the ballot was then received back at the county office on November 2nd, 2020. And when you go to the Secretary of State's website today, it says that she voted in this election, effective November 2nd, 2020, a full 9 days after Miss Ondish of Allegheny County passed away. This is not, excuse me, this is not empirical, this is not anecdotal. This is hard evidence, and if you do your jobs from the media, I'm sure you'll find additional examples, and this will be one of many that we will be filing with the court. Thank you very much.
Also, when you say that there's no evidence, the people standing behind me are called witnesses. They will eventually, soon hopefully, appear in court and give this testimony, because we're going to file a federal lawsuit that will cover here and Pittsburgh, and we will have as many witnesses as the court needs. Right now, it could be as many as 90 witnesses. That's called evidence that there was a uniform deprivation of the right to inspect, which constitutes a fraud on the people of Pennsylvania, constitutes a fraud on all legitimate voters. Any illegitimate vote cancels a legitimate vote. And the burden of proof as to whether it's a legitimate ballot or not, when it's a mail-in ballot, is on the person proposing the ballot, because there's no other way to justify it. Well, they made it impossible to view those ballots, and there can be only one conclusion as to why you would make it so impossible. Because many, many of them were fraudulent. And you just don't lose leads like that without corruption. And you're in a city in which voter fraud is professional. It's not just amateur. Some places may be amateurs at voter fraud. Philadelphia is a professional place for voter fraud, because you have a decrepit Democrat machine that you have had in power for 60 years, and it's the reason why you have voter fraud. It's the reason why you have so much crime. It's the reason why you're leading the country in some categories of crime, because these people are not helping the people of Philadelphia. Their loyalty is to the Democrat Party. Oh, please, please. I'll answer 3 questions, one at a time. I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Wiener? Who is a winner or a cheater? Oh, is he a winner or a cheater? Well, that's what we want to find out. We have a right. I mean, here's what I can say about this evidence. This evidence is overpowering in that it suggests we need a very, very detailed hearing. We have to find out exactly how many ballots are implicated, how many ballots were not inspected. The estimates I have so far, but we haven't finished this investigation, is there was about 150 to 200,000 ballots here and about 300,000 ballots in Pittsburgh. It may be more, it may be less. Now, that's very serious, because the margin of victory after being behind by 800,000, was only about 40,000. And it's a little odd that every vote from Tuesday on was all for the one candidate. There's also a very strange thing that happened, which will be part of our case. At some point during the process, when the lead of President Trump reduced from something like 50,000 to 30,000, at the time it was at 50,000, 94% of the vote had been cast. And when we got to 30,000, it was only 90% of the vote cast. Now, I can get experts to tell you how that happens. That happens because, think about it, you increase the denominator. What do you increase the denominator with? New ballots. Nobody was informed of new ballots, unless people were writing them up. This will be a very, very strong case. And I know you won't accept it because of your hateful biases, but let's see if you can try thinking rationally. The poll? Because they don't decide the election. The call for Joe Biden is it? Who was it called by? Oh my goodness, all the networks. Wow. All the networks. We have to forget about the law. Judges don't count. All the networks thought Biden was going to win by 10%. Gee, what happened? Come on, don't be ridiculous. Networks don't get to decide elections. Courts do. Of course, courts set aside elections when they're illegal. In this particular case, I don't know if there's enough evidence to set aside the entire election. Certainly not around the country, maybe in Pennsylvania. However, there certainly is enough evidence to disqualify a certain number of ballots. The ballots that were not properly inspected should be thrown out. And that number of ballots should be taken out of the count. That could affect the election. Shh. Shh. I can't hear two people at once. I'm sorry. That's a whole new issue. That's a whole new issue that we're just developing. Seems to be a significant number of ballots, and there seems to be a significant number of, I shouldn't say significant. There seem to be 3 or 4 very credible witnesses that there was backdating going on, and there are direct witnesses for that. But I'm sure you'll call that not evidence. Not you, the general mob.
Can you just speak to the legal process that you're preparing?
Sure.
You're filing a lawsuit.
Yes.
I imagine in state court.
Yes.
Can you walk us through, that process for us laymen who?
Sure. Simple.
Are you expecting us to go to the Supreme Court? I'll let you take it from there.
Thank you, sir. I can be a law professor. The case that we would file, many cases are going to be filed, some big, some small. This is going to be eventually a big case because it will go beyond Pennsylvania. But right now, the case is a civil rights case. It'll be filed in federal court. I'm sorry. It'll be filed in federal court. You could file it here or Pittsburgh. That'll be the choice of our lawyer who's looking at it now. Since there seem to be more cases in Pittsburgh than here right now, I would guess it would be filed in Pittsburgh, but it would affect both jurisdictions. And what the case alleges is very simply that President Trump's campaign was denied its right to a fair count, which is a deprivation of civil rights. And if that's the case, the court has a wide range of what are called equitable remedies. Equitable remedies could include depriving that jurisdiction of a certain number of votes, equal to the number of votes that are proved to be not inspected properly. It could be to set aside an election, but that could be one of the things we ask for, but I think that if you set aside the votes, you would probably remedy the wrong that was done here. Now, it could turn out as we go beyond Pittsburgh and we go beyond Philadelphia, And we have a little bit of evidence elsewhere in another Democratic part of the state that the same thing was going on, that it might spread to there. Where I do see it spreading, however, is sometime next week, unless I'm wrong, I think there'll be a similar case in Atlanta where similar things were going on. Republican inspectors showed up. They expected to inspect, right, like they do for absentee ballots, and they were uniformly kept out. They got to see nothing. And remember, Atlanta had to do the same thing you had to do. They had to catch Biden up because on election night he had lost. And he was down by a very good margin with only 85% to go. Something very similar happened in Michigan, Wisconsin, can't say Arizona, but in almost every state where President Trump had a lead going into the end of election night, some of the leads looking almost mathematically impossible to undo with the 5%, 10%, 20% of the vote. In almost all of those, this practice was followed. And I'm right now trying to find, did we get to see any ballots that were used for that purpose? If that's the case, then we have a massive nationwide lawsuit. So it could affect more than one state. But right now, the one that it definitely affects is the state of Pennsylvania in a very, very big way. But it's not the only infirmity in this state. There are dead people voting, no question about it. We get any number of complaints of that. We have a very serious problem with backdating of ballots, including 4 witnesses now who are testifying to that. Whether that becomes part of this lawsuit or it's something separate, that isn't developed as fast as this has. One last question.
In charge of elections in Pennsylvania are saying that they don't see any evidence of widespread vote fraud. So if the Republicans in charge of some of these counties who are doing this vote counting are saying there's no evidence of that, why is there a discrepancy between the people actually in charge of that and the Trump county?
Well, that's like comparing apples and oranges, isn't it? They're not in charge of Philadelphia. How would... I'm glad they didn't see widespread fraud. That was in Republican counties. I don't think there was fraud in Republican counties.
Right here in Philly, I have spoken to a Republican commissioner who is absolutely clear that he and other Republicans were able to watch the count here and that it was...
Well, then let him come and tell me that. I haven't found one who's willing to tell me that. Let him give me an affidavit under oath, under penalty of perjury. You're telling me these people are lying?
No, not at all. And I was going to say, I'm not disrespecting what they are.
Well, I've spoken to about 50 people. I have statements from 25. We've spoken to 50. Every single inspector. Oh, no. I didn't speak to them. Are you the lawyer for the other side, by the way? Well, you should get paid for it. The reality is that nobody has come forward, even though I've called the state party, the city party. I've asked, is there anyone that wants to come forward and say that there's anything unusual about the man in charge of this whole process, who watched the whole thing, has already come forward and given us a signed statement that no one got a chance to inspect. Now, unless this man had a secret opportunity to do it, there was one person in charge of all these people. He was there constantly for both days. Not a single Republican got a chance to view a single ballot. Now, if we got to view 10 or 12, well, then we'll reduce our number from 120,000 to 110,000. But you produced this man for me. So far, he hasn't come out of the woodwork. And, well, then, maybe, yeah. Well, if I were the commissioner of this city, I don't think I would admit that I didn't allow people to do this. I mean, there was last time a Republican played ball with Democrats like that in New Jersey. He went to jail for 10 years.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We were not allowed in to watch, period.
all over. All right, guys, you heard it. Rudy Giuliani laying out a very clear case, in my opinion, of what the Trump team expects to do at this point. It's very interesting how the response we get from the media in regards to this. I feel like they spend more time discrediting the claims than actually investigating it.
Yep. The media wants to be the litigators. They want to be the defense for the other side. Let's get that clear. The mainstream media is not our friend. There's not one Republican outlet that will have Republicans' backs. There's not one outlet, period, that will have Republicans' backs, that will have conservatives' backs, that will have Americans' backs, because that's what we are. We are Americans. They are a pit of snakes, the mainstream media, and that is why Right Side Broadcast Network is here today.
Absolutely. You heard a lot of questions from the media here, and a lot of it was very vicious. Instead of getting to the bottom of it, it was almost disclaiming what he was saying.
Yeah, and I know Mr. Giuliani actually asked one of the reporters asking a question, are you working as a lawyer for the other side? Because, these questions, they're just, again, like you said, trying to undermine the legal process right now. And they're just trying to discredit instead of going out and actually finding truth to the claims or not, proving to the American people whether or not this was a fair election.
And we heard several claims from a lot of volunteers that oversight the election here. And of course, they all stated they were pushed back 6 feet when the table was moved 6 feet forward. And it seems like if you've got nothing to hide, why wouldn't Joe Biden want to be as transparent with what happened? Why wouldn't both sides want to be transparent to what happened? Why is it the Trump team that's got to consistently try to find out exactly what happened here?
Absolutely. I don't know if there's much more to add. You basically have broke it all down. Interesting day in American politics. We'll see what happens as the days move forward, how Team Trump and the Trump campaign litigate this election fraud that they believe has happened. And we will continue to bring you coverage of everything, and of course always do it with truth and integrity, and give you live uninterrupted coverage of Trump events as they go forward.
Absolutely. If you're just joining us, we just wrapped up a press conference here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as the Trump team, the legal team, came forward to lay out their plans to challenge a lot of this in the courts. And of course, we are off now back to Arch Street and 12th Street, right outside the convention center, as at about 12 o'clock, I'm sure it's already kicked off by now, a Trump rally planned there. We will bring all that content to you uninterrupted, as we always do. And as always, for more information, go to our Facebook page, go to our YouTube page, subscribe, like, share for a friend, because this is a historical moment here in our country, and we are just so thankful to be able to bring this all to you uninterrupted.
Yeah, one last thing I'd like to add is just don't listen to the mainstream media saying, keep fighting, keep praying. This isn't over yet.
It is not over yet. All right, Joe, we'll send this back to the studio. We'll see you back on Arch and 12th Street for the Trump rally plan for today. Back to you guys.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Laura Cox, for your leadership in the great state of Michigan, my home state. And we, of course, want to make sure that every legal vote is counted. And we have seen some discrepancies in Michigan and some irregularities that deserve investigation. Democrats and the media spent 4 years and millions of taxpayer dollars talking about a Russia hoax on the grounds of election integrity. Now, with just over 48 hours after polls have closed in an actual election for president, they want to ignore clear irregularities, rush to call states as one, and end this election. We will not stand for that. Every candidate in every office, from president down to the local level, has a legal right to challenge irregularities that occur in the process of canvassing ballots. We intend to ensure that every lawful voter has their vote counted in accordance with the law, that observers are granted the access they are due under state law, and that any irregularities that have occurred, whether by malicious intent or incompetence, are fully investigated to the fullest extent allowed under the law. We will not give up on this process until every last issue has been resolved. Today we announced that the RNC has deployed legal teams in 4 states, including Michigan, to investigate clear irregularities with vote counting and tabulation in those states. They will work with state and local authorities to ensure that a legal count is conducted in accordance to each state's laws and that every vote is counted. It is crazy to us that the media would call a race like Arizona for Biden when our side still has enough votes to win. But in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Georgia, where in some cases the margin is only a few thousand votes, the media is quick to try and claim those races are over and Biden has won. If the shoe was on the other foot, the president and President Trump was in the lead in all these states, the media would be screaming that the race is not over and we need more time to count and make sure it was right. But because Biden is in a very slight lead, the media demands the race is over and there is nothing to see here. The American people need to have confidence in our elections. Right now, we don't have that because across the country, Democrat officials are shutting down transparency, especially here in the state of Michigan. Democrats are damaging the country in the process of a smooth transition of power by not allowing a transparent process. Right here in Michigan, just last night in Oakland County, we found 2,000 ballots that had been given to Democrats that were Republican ballots due to a clerical error, and this took place in Rochester Hills. In Wayne County, Republican poll watchers were denied their legal right to monitor the election and purposely kept in the dark, both literally and figuratively, with poll workers blocking windows and padlocking doors. There are hundreds of reports of our poll watchers being intimidated and unable to do their job. There was a major software issue in Antrim County that we have concerns could have caused problems in other counties as well. This issue was brought to our attention by Congressman Bergman's office when they noticed the results being drastically different from what they expected and what they have received from that county in past elections. When they inquired with the clerk, they were told it was a software issue and it was corrected. But now we know that 47 counties use that same software. At the TCF Center in Wayne County, we have received over 100 incident reports of irregularities. This is a massive mail ballot counting center, and we need time to go through these reports and investigate them. Here's an example of just one of them. On November 3rd and 4th, a whistleblower was assigned to work on problem ballots in the TCF Center Adjudication Center. This is not a Republican poll worker. This is an actual election worker. A bundle of ballots with no receive date were brought to the whistleblower. The ballots should not have been immediately counted because there was no evidence. The ballots were received by the state-mandated deadline of November 3rd. On the morning of November 4th, whistleblower was instructed by their supervisor to take the ballots with no dates, enter them into the electronic record, and place either November 2nd or November 3rd as the date received. This is illegal. This whistleblower was uncomfortable entering the dates on the ballots with no evidence. They were received on either of those dates. Election workers became angry at the whistleblower and blocked this individual from the process. According to the whistleblower, all election workers were given this same guidance. Reportedly, one of the individuals was a contractor, a city contractor, and former director of elections, Chris Thomas. These allegations have been referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Michigan. We have heard other instances of election workers verbally accosting our poll watchers and refusing to let us challenge questionable ballots. Election workers were wearing Biden shirts and applauding when our poll watchers were removed from the counting facility. Of the few ballots that Democrat election workers did allow us to challenge, our observers say those ballots were then moved back into the regular pile after our poll watchers were intimidated and pushed from the process. Finally, our campaigns have also not yet been able to view video surveillance of ballot drop boxes and have meaningful transparency over that process. This is our democracy. To see people not be able to observe in Democrat-run cities across the nation is not okay. We need to pursue these irregularities, and we need people to be patient and give us the time to investigate. These are serious allegations of changing the date on ballots and refusing to let people observe in a meaningful way an election of this magnitude. To see our leaders in Michigan not step forward, Jocelyn Benson, Gretchen Whitmer, to allow our poll workers to observe this election has caused further uncertainty. We will pursue all of these irregularities. Please give us time to do that, because it is concerning and every vote matters. The fight is not over. President Trump will continue to fight for us, and we will continue to fight for him. And I just want to add one other thing. As the canvasses are taking place right now, we are still being prevented from having meaningful access to observe the process. We call on Secretary of State Benson and Governor Whitmer to allow our canvassers or our watchers to be able to have a meaningful presence in these canvases so that we can have a surety that this is a fair and free election. This is important for all of us. To support the president, you can visit GOP.com to donate, or if you see signs of voter irregularities, and we literally have a hotline with hundreds and hundreds of complaints coming in, we will track each of them down, vet them, make sure they are credible. And please report them to DJT45.stopfraud or 888-630-1776. Thank you for your time, and I would like to take a few questions.
We're going to take the first two from Craig and Malachi, and then we'll open it up from there.
Great.
Yep, and then Malachi.
Chairwoman, Joe Biden is up by 146,000 votes in Michigan right now. Are you suggesting that there's enough fraud in the state to call into question that vote total?
What I am suggesting is with an irregularity like this, and with election workers being told to backdate ballots against state law, this needs to be pursued. And it needs to be pursued not just by Republicans, but also by Democrats. Because if we are going to come out of this and say this was a fair and free election, what we are hearing from the city of Detroit is deeply troubling. So we're going to pursue this. You know, the media, Joe Biden, have all said be patient. We should be patient, but we should also be patient as we pursue these irregularities, because this is incredibly troublesome to have this reported allegation that a former director of elections from the state of Michigan, Chris Thomas, instructed every election worker to backdate ballots. We need to get to the bottom of that.
The president has not only said there's irregularities, he said he's won the state and this election has been stolen from him. That's a little bit different than what you're saying today.
Well, I think everyone agrees we should pursue these irregularities and take time. In Pennsylvania, there are 100,000 provisional ballots. In Georgia, we're in a recount. In Arizona, they called the election too early. We need to have assurances, Republicans and Democrats, that this is free and fair. It is only in Democrat-run counties and precincts that Republican poll watchers were kicked out and unable to observe the process. If there's nothing to see there, then let us watch. Then let us watch. Let us have that assurance that this is being done fairly. But I have talked to people. These aren't people I'm just hearing from. This isn't something I'm seeing on the internet. And we want to vet it, and we want it to be credible too. So it does take a process to get a statement, to an affidavit, to a lawsuit. But the thing that I'm hearing from people I know who were at TCF, they weren't allowed to come back in if they left the room, the hostility they dealt with, not being able to watch military ballots be transposed, seeing ballots that were put into the invalid pile being put in the valid pile after they had been challenged. A total hostile environment, very different than what the Secretary of State has put forward. So we will have hundreds of these incident reports, and then we will turn them into affidavits. It's a process. But we need to get to the bottom of this, because we cannot continue to have the city of Detroit have these issues, and we need to reform our election system here in Michigan.
One of the Court of Claims judge said one of the reasons she ruled against you is she said you waited too long. You can't get the relief you want, which is the people in the room. What do you want to have happen now?
Right now, I want to pursue this and have the time to pursue these irregularities. I hope the press will join us in this. If there is somebody at that high level, at the city level, telling election workers to backdate ballots, that is a huge problem. It is illegal. We need to get to the bottom of that. Now, this is alleged, and we need to pursue that. I hope the press will continue to do this as well.
But you can't stop the counting because the counting is done. So what specifically?
Well, one, we'll see how broad this went. We'll see what level of this happened within Detroit. We also want to look at the software issue with these 47 counties. I think it's interesting that last night in Oakland County, 2,000 Democrat ballots were switched to 2,000 Republican votes, but because of a clerical error. So give us time to have a canvass and a certification. We have these things for a reason. We have canvasses for a reason. To not allow us to watch this canvass process is only going to divide our state more. Let people watch. Let them have that transparency. And let me say this, if Republicans were not allowing Democrats to watch right now, you'd be at these canvass centers, you wouldn't be here. So this is a problem.
Where specifically are you not?
Detroit.
In Detroit, you're not allowed to.
We are having issues right now. I heard it from the James campaign today.
Anywhere else in the state?
We will find out Oakland County as well. We will find out. So what we've heard last night as well, or at TCF, is they would force our poll watchers to be 6 feet back so they couldn't see. Part of being able to observe is actually seeing the ballots and making sure that you can say that this was done in a correct way.
I'm talking about the count, I'm talking about the canvas.
And that's happening in the canvas as well. Correct. This needs to stop immediately. And the Secretary of State, if she really cares about transparency and she really cares about fairness, should intervene and make sure that every single person at a canvas right now has the ability to meaningfully observe and give assurances that things are being done correctly.
Do you believe that Michigan needs a recount, or will you be asking for it?
You know, we'll look at these software issues and we want to pursue these irregularities. I think it's deeply concerning if election workers are being told to backdate ballots. This is something that obviously is illegal, but we need to find the breadth of this and we will be pursuing that. We're not going to get there yet. I'm not going to jump the gun. But these irregularities are so concerning that all of us should be worried. I will tell you this, being a chair of Michigan in 2016, where 53% of the ballots could not be counted or in the precincts in Detroit because the poll book did not match the ballot box, Michigan needs election reform. And it is time for Democrats to join us because we will never have a sureness in our elections if we do not fix what's happening in the city of Detroit. And kicking Republicans out and not letting us meaningfully observe is only exasperating the differences and the division in our country and in our state. And that comes from the top. That is your governor, that is your Secretary of State, that is your Attorney General. You need to fix this problem, and you need to make sure that every vote, Republican and Democrat, in the state of Michigan counts. That is all we are asking for.
Will you appeal the Court of Claims decision?
I'm not going to get into any court actions right now. Right now I'm sharing with you meaningful evidence that we have seen with these irregularities that we are going to be pursuing, and we hope that you will be patient and also follow this evidence as well as we put this out as we are gathering it through the state.
We did ask the Secretary of Vincent just yesterday about the poll watchers, the challengers that were inside of TCF. She told me specifically, I talked to her one-on-one, that there were even numbers of Republicans and Democrats. No. Are you saying she's a liar?
I'm saying she's being dishonest. I am. People were there, and Chairman Cox just spoke about this. They kept the numbers the same as people left. I have talked to people who said they would systematically come to people who were making challenges or being disruptive, they thought, and they would remove them from TCF. This happened throughout the night. Listen, investigate it. Don't trust me? Fine, don't. But don't just take her word for it. Don't just take her word for it. Interview every Republican who was there. We'll be giving you their names. Investigate it, please. Do your job. Do your job. Do not be biased. Do not bring your bias into this. It is hurting our country. People deserve to feel like this was a fair and free election. And what happened in Detroit is a disgrace, and it was overseen by Benson, Whitmer, and the city of Detroit, and it is shameful, and people who were there were kicked out and not able to meaningfully observe, and that is hurting our process in Michigan. So please investigate. We will help you.
Was it appropriate for challengers to be outside pounding on the windows and demanding to be let in?
You know, Kathy, we've had a lot of protests in this country recently. People are upset. They care about this election. But when you're boarding up windows and kicking people out, they're frustrated. It's concerning. And how does that make people feel faith in the process? How? I mean, it's not okay. And I want to ask every single one of you, if this were in Ottawa County, if this were in another county in Michigan and Republicans were kicking out Democrat poll watchers and boarding up windows and doing the things we saw, you guys would be saying something was wrong. And I know that. This is wrong, what happened in Michigan. Now, we're not saying, we're saying we're just going to pursue the irregularities, and we're asking you to pursue the irregularities with us. Please. And please help us change our election system in Michigan. This is the second presidential election where this happened. I sat in the recount in Detroit. It is abysmal that only 50% of the precincts could be counted because of the discrepancies between the poll book and the ballot box. It is time for meaningful reform in the state of Michigan.
Are you telling Michigan that they should have been counting ahead of the federal election?
They did process ahead of the election. They passed legislation to be able to do that.
Chairwoman, I have a question. I was there, and ma'am, I don't know what news organization you're with, but I have footage on my cell phone I can show you of Democrats clapping when one of our Republican attorneys was escorted out simply for wanting to challenge an irregularity. We were outnumbered there. And my question to you, Chairwoman, is what are they doing to investigate fire marshal code violations with all these padlocks that were on the door? God forbid if a fire were to break out in there, they had all these doors padlocked off. What would have happened then? We need to look into that as well.
I think that's a great question. Thank you for your service and going down. People who are going to be poll watchers are patriots on both sides. They're going and they're saying, I want to make sure that I can go back to my neighborhood, that I can go back to my friends and family and say this was done well. That is not the story that is coming out of Michigan right now, and we need to fix it. And I think you're right. You should be padlocking doors and covering windows. Those are things that will be investigated. And all we're saying today is please be patient, but also please pursue these irregularities with us. And whether it's 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 votes that were disenfranchised, that deserves to be heard. It's not okay.
Last question. Madam Chair, will many of these irregularities be sorted out in the
Yes.
canvassing process as they always are?
Well, if we're able to observe them, correct? And we're not able to observe them right now, just like we weren't able to observe the vote counting. So right now, we don't have faith in the system that Jocelyn Benson and Gretchen Whitmer have set up for the state of Michigan. And we need to make sure that this canvass process is done in a fair and safe way, that we are able to meaningfully observe. We are calling for that today. And we also need to pursue these irregularities. We invite Democrats to pursue these irregularities with us. I think they want to make sure that these things that didn't happen. I don't think they should be okay with ballots being backdated against election law. So these are things that should be bipartisan. Unfortunately, I don't think they will be. But I think that this is something that should bring everyone together. We want every vote to count, Republican and Democrat.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And there's one who's been exposing that for a long time. He's just the younger version of the one in the White House. And then he comes to tell the truth. Now, people don't like the truth, but you know what? When the truth hurts, you're just going to have to wear it. And when this election is going to be done, after all is said and done and every legal vote counted, Donald Trump will be elected 4 more years. And right now, I do have to say, for those watching, especially in Georgia, if you had issues or you need help with your vote, you need 770-410-8793. This is a helpline. Again, make sure your vote counts. And now it is my honor and pleasure to call up a friend of mine who's been all over this country, fighting for this country and all over the world. Don Jr. is here with us tonight.
Well, thank you everyone there, but thank you everyone here. Well, Vernon and Doug, thank you for your incredible steadfast resolve as it relates to getting this right, and that's what we want. We do want a fair election. We want all legal votes counted. But it's shocking to me, and I'll let you guys talk Georgia because you understand what's going on the ground here, but I've been watching this all over the country. When I hear there's a deadline, and then magically boxes appear later, we know that's against the law, but you get in front of a Democrat judge in a Democrat city with Democrat control, and it's okay. Then, before you can contest it, they throw those ballots in one big box. Now you can't tell which one is accurate and which isn't. I think the Democrats are used to this from a Republican Party that hasn't had a backbone. You're not going to see that this time around. That party is gone, and anyone that doesn't fight like that should go with it. And I think I actually tweeted this earlier today, but when I look at these examples, and it's not just in Georgia, when I look at Philadelphia, I mean, think about it. They're putting up pizza boxes on windows to prevent people from watching. You have James O'Keefe getting it on video where they're doing it in Michigan. You have example after example. Notice how it only breaks one way? So Donald Trump gets a historical percentage of minority votes. And there are counties where between 75, 100,000, in some cases, I guess there was one, 23.5 thousand ballots show up. Not one single Trump voter. They also happen to be ballots that don't talk about any of the races other than president. Does anyone believe that this is possible? Because it's not. It's a statistical impossibility, and yet it's happening not just once, but over and over again. This is the kind of nonsense that has to stop. When they're suing and a judge allows Republican watchers to come in and they say you have to stand 12 feet away, then they have to bring binoculars. They can't actually observe. Think about how insane that is. So they sue to get closer access. The Democrat Party then blocks watchers. They sue again to prevent people from being able to watch what's going on. I wonder why. Because I can't think of a possible reason other than they plan on cheating. Just like we've seen throughout the country where the Democrat big push for absentee ballots was to make sure that the signature on that ballot does not have to match the signature on the record of that voter. Obviously. And so when we see that, we assume what we've all known for so many years. But I think the number one thing that Donald Trump can do in this election is fight each and every one of these battles to the death so that we get full transparency in the process. And everyone on the Democrat side should welcome this unless they're actually cheating. Because if they're winning these things fair and square, then everyone would love to know that, because me as an American, I'd like to know that, because I've lost all faith in the process. And when I see millions of Americans that feel the same way and have no faith in the process, just assume that, hey, guess what? You know those ballots are going to magically show up. Just like they did, right? You saw that line on the curve up north? 100% of votes. I went to sleep. I woke up 2 hours later after not sleeping for 3 days. I said, that's amazing, 130,000 votes. Not one of them for Donald Trump. No one believes that this is real. And for us to have faith in the Republic, we need transparency in the process. And so what I can promise you this is, everyone knows it, Donald Trump is a fighter. And we're going to fight each and every one of these. Georgia, it's going to be important. And I'm excited to have these guys on our team, as well as Kelly Loeffler and the others that are going to be coming down to be a part of this. David Perdue and Sonny Perdue, all of these people that are Georgia guys that understand what's happening here, they're a part of this team, because guess what? You're going to have another election here in about 2 months that could decide the fate of the United States Senate. So we're going to be watching this nonsense because everyone knows what's going on. Everyone understands it. And the media, who, let's not kid ourselves, have given up the pretense of objectivity to be cheerleaders for the left, they're going to go nuts. But Donald Trump is going to fight each and every one of these things so we have a fair election, regardless of that outcome. Americans need to know that this is not a banana republic. And right now, very few people have faith that that's not the case. That should scare all of us. It should scare all of us. If this was going on in another country, if this was going on in a third world country, they would be screaming to the high heavens. When it's happening right here in America, and not just in Georgia, but in all over the place, but primarily in Democrat cities with Democrat control, Democrat judges. This cannot be a one-sided system. This cannot be democracy only when we win. That doesn't work that way. We've been seeing it for far too long, and I think, like many things, Donald Trump is going to be the guy to open the door to get the transparency that America wants and that America and our democracy deserves. So thank you very much for being here. I look forward to being in the battle. It's going to be a long and fun one. Thank you, guys.
In closing, I want you to give me your attention just for a second. I want you to hear this. I want you to really hear this. If Joe Biden wins this election, there's going to be some payback. Not violence. Half of this country will believe that they cheated us out of this election. When Donald Trump became the duly president in 2016, 2020, from the deep state, from the media, and from the Democratic Party, they sought out to keep him from being in office, from impeachments to all kinds of nonsense. Russia was a lie, and it was hoax, and it was a hoax, and it was started by Hillary Clinton. And the FBI and the Justice Department, they play their role in that too. Half of this country is not going to settle if Joe Biden wins. We will never accept those results because this process was too tainted. There was no transparency and no integrity in this whole entire process. So I'm telling you right now, we're putting you on notice. Now, I'm a Democrat. I'm not changing party because I want to still unravel the bigotry and the voter suppression and depression of African American voters in the Democratic Party. I'm going to keep fighting that. And I'm going to fight every day that they become woke. But I'm telling you, Democrats, I want you to know, we're on your ass.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Laura Cox, for your leadership in the great state of Michigan, my home state. And we, of course, want to make sure that every legal vote is counted. And we have seen some discrepancies in Michigan and some irregularities that deserve investigation. Democrats and the media spent 4 years and millions of taxpayer dollars talking about a Russia hoax on the grounds of election integrity. Now, with just over 48 hours after polls have closed in an actual election for president, they want to ignore clear irregularities, rush to call states as one, and end this election. We will not stand for that. Every candidate in every office, from president down to the local level, has a legal right to challenge irregularities that occur in the process of canvassing ballots. We intend to ensure that every lawful voter has their vote counted in accordance with the law, that observers are granted the access they are due under state law, and that any irregularities that have occurred, whether by malicious intent or incompetence, are fully investigated to the fullest extent allowed under the law. We will not give up on this process until every last issue has been resolved. Today we announced that the RNC has deployed legal teams in 4 states, including Michigan. to investigate clear irregularities with vote counting and tabulation in those states. They will work with state and local authorities to ensure that a legal count is conducted in accordance to each state's laws and that every vote is counted. It is crazy to us that the media would call a race like Arizona for Biden when our side still has enough votes to win. But in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Georgia, where in some cases the margin is only a few thousand votes, the media is quick to try and claim those races are over and Biden has won. If the shoe was on the other foot, the president and President Trump was in the lead in all these states, the media would be screaming that the race is not over and we need more time to count and make sure it was right. But because Biden is in a very slight lead, the media demands the race is over and there is nothing to see here. The American people need to have confidence in our elections. Right now, we don't have that because across the country, Democrat officials are shutting down transparency, especially here in the state of Michigan. Democrats are damaging the country in the process of a smooth transition of power by not allowing a transparent process. Right here in Michigan, just last night in Oakland County, we found 2,000 ballots that had been given to Democrats that were Republican ballots due to a clerical error, and this took place in Rochester Hills. In Wayne County, Republican poll watchers were denied their legal right to monitor the election and purposely kept in the dark, both literally and figuratively, with poll workers blocking windows and padlocking doors. There are hundreds of reports of our poll watchers being intimidated and unable to do their job. There was a major software issue in Antrim County that we have concerns could have caused problems in other counties as well. This issue was brought to our attention by Congressman Bergman's office when they noticed the results being drastically different from what they expected and what they have received from that county in past elections. When they inquired with the clerk, they were told it was a software issue and it was corrected. But now we know that 47 counties use that same software. At the TCF Center in Wayne County, we have received over 100 incident reports of irregularities. This is a massive mail ballot counting center, and we need time to go through these reports and investigate them. Here's an example of just one of them. On November 3rd and 4th, a whistleblower was assigned to work on problem ballots in the TCF Center Adjudication Center. This is not a Republican poll worker. This is an actual election worker. A bundle of ballots with no receive date were brought to the whistleblower. The ballots should not have been immediately counted because there was no evidence. The ballots were received by the state-mandated deadline of November 3rd. On the morning of November 4th, whistleblower was instructed by their supervisor to take the ballots with no dates, enter them into the electronic record, and place either November 2nd or November 3rd as the date received. This is illegal. This whistleblower was uncomfortable entering the dates on the ballots with no evidence. They were received on either of those dates. Election workers became angry at the whistleblower and blocked this individual from the process. According to the whistleblower, all election workers were given this same guidance. Reportedly, one of the individuals was a contractor, a city contractor, and former director of elections, Chris Thomas. These allegations have been referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Michigan. We have heard other instances of election workers verbally accosting our poll watchers and refusing to let us challenge questionable ballots. Election workers were wearing Biden shirts and applauding when our poll watchers were removed from the counting facility. Of the few ballots that Democrat election workers did allow us to challenge, our observers say those ballots were then moved back into the regular pile after our poll watchers were intimidated and pushed from the process. Finally, our campaigns have also not yet been able to view video surveillance of ballot drop boxes and have meaningful transparency over that process. This is our democracy. Yeah. To see people not be able to observe in Democrat-run cities across the nation is not okay. We need to pursue these irregularities, and we need people to be patient and give us the time to investigate. These are serious allegations of changing the date on ballots and refusing to let people observe in a meaningful way an election of this magnitude. To see our leaders in Michigan not step forward, Jocelyn Benson, Gretchen Whitmer, to allow our poll workers to observe this election has caused further uncertainty. We will pursue all of these irregularities. Please give us time to do that, because it is concerning and every vote matters. The fight is not over. President Trump will continue to fight for us, and we will continue to fight for him. And I just want to add one other thing. As the canvasses are taking place right now, we are still being prevented from having meaningful access to observe the process. We call on Secretary of State Benson and Governor Whitmer to allow our canvassers or our watchers to be able to have a meaningful presence in these canvases so that we can have a surety that this is a fair and free election. This is important for all of us. To support the president, you can visit GOP.com to donate, or if you see signs of voter irregularities, and we literally have a hotline with hundreds and hundreds of complaints coming in, we will track each of them down, vet them, make sure they are credible. And please report them to DJT45.stopfraud or 888-630-1776. Thank you for your time, and I would like to take a few questions.
We're going to take the first two from Craig and Malachi, and then we'll open it up from there.
Great.
Yep. And then Malachi.
Chairwoman, Joe Biden is up by 146,000 votes in Michigan right now. Are you suggesting that there's enough fraud in the state to call into question that vote total?
What I am suggesting is with an irregularity like this, and with election workers being told to backdate ballots against state law, this needs to be pursued. And it needs to be pursued not just by Republicans, but also by Democrats. Because if we are going to come out of this and say this was a fair and free election, what we are hearing from the city of Detroit is deeply troubling. So we're going to pursue this. You know, the media, Joe Biden, have all said be patient. We should be patient, but we should also be patient as we pursue these irregularities, because this is incredibly troublesome to have this reported allegation that a former director of elections from the state of Michigan, Chris Thomas, instructed every election worker to backdate ballots. We need to get to the bottom of that.
The president has not only said there's irregularities, he said he's won the state and this election has been stolen from him. That's a little bit different than what you're saying today.
Well, I think everyone agrees we should pursue these irregularities and take time. In Pennsylvania, there are 100,000 provisional ballots. In Georgia, we're in a recount. In Arizona, they called the election too early. We need to have assurances, Republicans and Democrats, that this is free and fair. It is only in Democrat-run counties and precincts that Republican poll watchers were kicked out and unable to observe the process. If there's nothing to see there, then let us watch. Then let us watch. Let us have that assurance that this is being done fairly. But I have talked to people. These aren't people I'm just hearing from. This isn't something I'm seeing on the internet. And we want to vet it, and we want it to be credible too. So it does take a process to get a statement, to an affidavit, to a lawsuit. But the thing that I'm hearing from people I know who were at TCF, they weren't allowed to come back in if they left the room, the hostility they dealt with, not being able to watch military ballots be transposed, seeing ballots that were put into the invalid pile being put in the valid pile after they had been challenged. A total hostile environment, very different than what the Secretary of State has put forward. So we will have hundreds of these incident reports, and then we will turn them into affidavits. It's a process. But we need to get to the bottom of this, because we cannot continue to have the city of Detroit have these issues, and we need to reform our election system here in Michigan.
One of the Court of Claims judge said one of the reasons she ruled against you was she said you waited too long. You can't get the relief you want, which is the people in the room. What do you want to have happen now?
Right now, I want to pursue this and have the time to pursue these irregularities. I hope the press will join us in this. If there is somebody at that high level, at the city level, telling election workers to backdate ballots, that is a huge it is illegal. We need to get to the bottom of that. Now, this is alleged, and we need to pursue that. I hope the press will continue to do this as well.
But you can't stop the counting, because the counting is done. So what specifically?
Well, one, we'll see how broad this went. We'll see what level of this happened within Detroit. We also want to look at the software issue with these 47 counties. I think it's Interesting that last night in Oakland County, 2,000 Democrat ballots were switched to 2,000 Republican votes because of a clerical error. So give us time to have a canvass and a certification. We have these things for a reason. We have canvasses for a reason. To not allow us to watch this canvass process is only going to divide our state more. Let people watch. Let them have that transparency. And let me say this, if Republicans were not allowing Democrats to watch right now, you'd be at these canvass centers. You wouldn't be here. So this is a problem.
Where specifically are you not?
Detroit.
In Detroit, you're not allowed to.
We are having issues right now. I heard it from the James campaign today.
Anywhere else in the state?
We will find out Oakland County as well. We will find out. So what we've heard last night as well, or at TCF, is they would force our poll watchers to be 6 feet back so they couldn't see. Part of being able to observe is actually seeing the ballots and making sure that you can say that this was done in a correct way.
I'm not talking about the count, I'm talking about the canvas.
And that's happening in the canvas as well. Correct. This needs to stop immediately. And the Secretary of State, if she really cares about transparency and she really cares about fairness, should intervene and make sure that every single person at a canvas right now has the ability to meaningfully observe and give assurances that things are being done correctly.
Do you believe that Michigan needs a recount, or will you be asking for it?
You know, we'll look at these software issues and we want to pursue these irregularities. I think it's deeply concerning if election workers are being told to backdate ballots. This is something that obviously is illegal, but we need to find the breadth of this, and we will be pursuing that. We're not going to get there yet. I'm not going to jump the gun. But these irregularities are so concerning that all of us should be worried. I will tell you this, being chair of Michigan in 2016, where 53% of the ballots could not be counted or in the precincts in Detroit because the poll book did not match the ballot box, Michigan needs election reform. And it is time for Democrats to join us, because we will never have a sureness in our elections if we do not fix what's happening in the city of Detroit. And kicking Republicans out and not letting us meaningfully observe is only exasperating the differences and the division in our country and in our state. And that comes from the top. That is your governor, that is your Secretary of State, that is your Attorney General. You need to fix this problem, and you need to make sure that every vote, Republican and Democrat, in the state of Michigan counts. That is all we are asking for.
Will you appeal the Court of Claims decision?
I'm not going to get into any court actions right now. Right now I'm sharing with you meaningful evidence that we have seen with these irregularities that we are going to be pursuing, and we hope that you will be patient and also follow this evidence as well as we put this out as we are gathering it through the state.
We did ask Secretary Vincent just yesterday about the poll watchers and the challengers that were inside of TCF. She told me specifically, I talked to her one-on-one, that there were even numbers of Republicans and Democrats. No. Are you saying she's a liar?
I'm saying she's being dishonest. I am. People were there, and Chairman Cox just spoke about this. They kept the numbers the same as people left. I have talked to people who said they would systematically come to people who were making challenges or being disruptive, they thought, and they would remove them from TCF. This happened throughout the night. Listen, investigate it. Don't trust me? Fine, don't. But don't just take her word for it. Don't just take her word for it. Interview every Republican who was there. We'll be giving you their names. Investigate it, please. Do your job. Do your job. Do not be biased. Do not bring your bias into this. It is hurting our country. People deserve to feel like this was a fair and free election. And what happened in Detroit is a disgrace, and it was overseen by Benson, Whitmer, and the city of Detroit, and it is shameful, and people who were there were kicked out and not able to meaningfully observe, and that is hurting our process in Michigan. So please investigate. We will help you.
Was it appropriate for challengers to be outside pounding on the windows and demanding to be let in?
You know, Kathy, we've had a lot of protests in this country recently. People are upset. They care about this election. But when you're boarding up windows and kicking people out, they're frustrated. It's concerning. And how does that make people feel faith in the process? How? I mean, it's not okay. And I want to ask every single one of you, if this were in Ottawa County, if this were in another county in Michigan and Republicans were kicking out Democrat poll watchers and boarding up windows and doing the things we saw, you guys would be saying something was wrong. And I know that. This is wrong, what happened in Michigan. Now, we're not saying, we're saying we're just going to pursue the irregularities, and we're asking you to pursue the irregularities with us. Please. And please help us change our election system in Michigan. This is the second presidential election where this happened. I sat in the recount in Detroit. It is abysmal that only 50% of the precincts could be counted because of the discrepancies between the poll book and the ballot box. It is time for meaningful reform in the state of Michigan.
Are you telling Michigan that they should have been counting ahead of the election?
They did process ahead of the election. They passed legislation to be able to do that.
Chairwoman, I have a question. I was there, and ma'am, I don't know what news organization you're with, but I have footage on my cell phone I can show you of Democrats clapping when one of our Republican attorneys was escorted out simply for wanting to challenge an irregularity. We were outnumbered there. And my question to you, Chairwoman, is what are they doing to investigate fire marshal code violations with all these padlocks that were on the door? God forbid if a fire were to break out in there, they had all these doors padlocked off. What would have happened then? We need to look into that as well.
I think that's a great question. Thank you for your service and going down. People who are going to be poll watchers are patriots on both sides. They're going and they're saying, I want to make sure that I can go back to my neighborhood, that I can go back to my friends and family and say this was done well. That is not the story that is coming out of Michigan right now, and we need to fix it. And I think you're right. You should be padlocking doors and covering windows. Those are things that will be investigated. And all we're saying today is please be patient, but also please pursue these irregularities with us. And whether it's 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 votes that were disenfranchised, that deserves to be heard. It's not okay.
Last question. Madam Chair, will many of these irregularities be sorted out in the canvassing process as they always are?
Well, if we're able to observe them, correct, and we're not able to observe them right now, just like we weren't able to observe the vote counting. So right now, we don't have faith in the system that Jocelyn Benson and Gretchen Whitmer have set up for the state of Michigan. And we need to make sure that this canvass process is done in a fair and safe way, that we are able to meaningfully observe. We are calling for that today. And we also need to pursue these irregularities. We invite Democrats to pursue these irregularities with us. I think they want to make sure that these things that didn't happen. I don't think they should be okay with ballots being backdated against election law. So these are things that should be bipartisan. Unfortunately, I don't think they will be. But I think that this is something that should bring everyone together. We want every vote to count, Republican and Democrat.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
They're really showing themselves to do really well. Come on, man.
The order's pretty clear. I've been a lawyer for 30 years. What can you tell us what's unclear about it? You're a private lawyer and acting in a government capacity.
I'm a lawyer who represents the city.
Great.
The city is evaluating it, and I can't tell you anything more than
They're evaluating a judge's order?
what the order means, and when they're ready to talk to you about it, they will. But I can assure you that they're not violating it under any...
The order is currently in effect.
They're not violating
You
the
guys
order
had
under any
8
interpretation.
attorneys. I think it was 8 attorneys entering your appearance on this. I don't understand why 8 attorneys need to evaluate this order. I did it all by myself.
Okay.
It says that no later than 10:30 today, you're to follow the election code, and my people, my clients, representatives, are to be within 6 feet of the process.
We have read the order, and we are complying with the order, and we will discuss it with you in a bit.
The compliance is 6 feet.
They're really showing themselves to do really well. Come on, man.
You guys had 8 attorneys. I think it was 8 attorneys entering your appearance on this. I don't understand why 8 attorneys need to evaluate this order. I did it all by myself. It says that no later than 10:30 today, you're to follow the election code, and my people, my clients, representatives, are to be within 6 feet of the process.
We have read the order, and we are complying with the order, and we will discuss it with you in a bit.
Can you explain
What
would
that
compliance look like compared to this? So we can get started.
They're really showing themselves to do really well. Come on, man.
What'd you do?
I asked you, what's the count? What's your name?
What's your name? Another attorney.
What's his name?
James Regal or something? Another attorney?
James Regal?
If that's what he said. Nick Salatma was here?
Yes, he got kicked out.
He's my old neighbor.
He's from
No, I know. He's from
Senator Patrick
I know.
Kennedy. He's a legal name?
Yeah.
Okay,
It sounded like James Regal or something, but I couldn't tell if that's what he said.
I don't know.
Find out what his name is.
Give me your phone number when I'm out, then I'll call you. Call me at 248.
You're putting all of our attorneys on.
I'm done for the day. Thank you.
Is it ringing? 210-409?
They're really showing themselves to do really well. Come on, man.
We're about to do a press conference.
Come, we're live on TV.
And right now we're live on TV. Stand by me, Corey Lewandowski. So we want to know whether the sheriff is going to come to enforce the order.
Hey everyone, we wanted to give you an update. They are still not in compliance. Our votes are being suppressed. We cannot count the votes properly. What's happening is they have moved the barrier up to 6 feet, but they took away the ballot machines that were in the front row and moved them to the back of the building. It's unbelievable what they're trying to do to our votes that have been legally cast. Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, your legal votes must be tabulated, and they're not doing that. They will not let us see anything. They're trying to drown us out now where we can't be heard. We're not going away. And now we're going to take further remedy to fix this. There's a woman who was in there that Corey's going to talk to you about who represented the city with your tax dollars, and he's going to tell you what she's doing. But we are not going to stand for this. We're not going anywhere. They are defying a court order by a judge, and this is not the last of this.
Listen, guys, your taxpayer money here in the city of Philadelphia is going to a private attorney by the name of Michelle Hangley. And what she said was she would determine if the court order was valid or not. And I'll be happy to release the video of her. They have 8 attorneys fighting us to see these ballots inside. The court order is in effect. They will not give us access. And the sheriff has decided not to come down here to enforce that court order. The sheriff of your county will not come down and enforce a court order. What is going on in this city? What are you hiding? Open up the doors, let us in, let us 6 feet away so that we can have a free and fair election. Whether you voted for Donald Trump or you voted for Joe Biden, everybody has a right to witness what's transpiring here. This makes it look like a kangaroo court. We deserve better, and we're not leaving until we witness every single vote that transpires in here.
They're really showing themselves to do really well. Come on, man.
The president has come out against mail-in ballots, calling them a, quote, formula for rigging an election, but he's shown support for absentee ballots. So we wanted to verify, are absentee ballots different than mail-in ballots? We checked with the National Conference of State Legislatures, the Electronic Registration Information Center, and multiple state boards of elections. Now, according to the National Conference of State Legislatures, absentee ballots have to be requested. 29 states let any registered voter request one without a reason, but 16 states require you to have a specific reason why you can't cast your vote in person, like military service or business travel on election day. Then that request has to be approved in order for you to actually get your ballot. That leaves mail-in ballots, a small group of states that automatically send all registered voters a ballot, whether they request one or not. The NCSL calls these all-mail voting states, and these are the processes that the Trump administration has been challenging. Like in Nevada right now. The Trump campaign is suing the state after they passed a bill that would automatically send ballots for the November general election to all registered voters. Bottom line, claims that absentee ballots are different than mail-in ballots are true, but there's only one difference. And that's how you actually get the ballot in the first place. Regardless of what name you use, all ballots are treated the same once they're in the mail. With your Verify, I'm Jason Puckett.
The 4 ways that you can return your ballot are, of course, you can go to one of the 12 drop boxes located in Hunterdon County. You can go to the United States Post Office, take it to your polling place on Election Day, or you can return it directly to your Board of Elections in your county.
So we're going to show you the procedure of what happens no matter which way you transport your ballot. It's here in this office. This is your last stop, and we're going to show you from start to finish what happens to your ballot. So this is the first step. These ballots have arrived to us today. We will make sure that every single one of these has a date stamp of when they've arrived into our office. And then once we've date stamped them, it's time to receive them into the computer system. So the ballots have now been date stamped, and we're going to go through the receiving process. So we're going to pick the election that we are generating these for. We are going to go ahead and do a process of just scanning the back. We pick the ballot, and then we take our hand scanner and we just start receiving. Now that we've date stamped, counted, and received these ballots, we're going to go ahead and mill them open so that we can get ready for putting them in order and signature review. The machine actually just mills the top of the transport envelope so that we can get ready to take this out and verify the signature on the front of the certificate. So similar to what you would do at a polling place, I am now a poll worker, and I'm going to verify that the signature on your certification matches what you've provided to the Board of Elections. So we are going to pull up from the envelope the voter's profile by scanning in the barcode, looking to make sure the name matches. We're going to hit View, and we're going to go ahead and go into the voter's profile and take a look at the signature that we have on file and compare it to what is on the certificate. Now that we've completed the signature verification, we're ready to add an information label to the certificate envelope. That certificate envelope is taken outside of the transport envelope and then will be ready to be filed, so it'll be prepped for counting on Election Day. So this is the final step. This is where your ballot will rest until it's counted on Election Day. Once Election Day comes, the prep will be, your ballot becomes anonymous by removing the certificate that you signed. So these two pieces are separated. This leaves a blank anonymous envelope with a ballot inside of it. That will then be opened, flattened, and then set up to be scanned. We've devised a plan to have control sheets that will be given to an employee who's hired by our office to strip the ballot, then go up to the next floor, have your ballot be opened. It will then lay in a tray with this control sheet on top of this, locked in a cabinet. On Election Day, these are voted ballots. They get put into the hopper, machine operator presses a button, they go through the scanner reads every single bubble for each candidate and records that vote.
Congratulations, I'm not sure how you voted in this election, but now I have your results in this thumb drive. They're unofficial, but this is the first time they're going to be reported. They're going onto the system. There you go. Thank you for voting.
Every ballot that comes through our office is handled with kid gloves and care, and we go through every step to make sure that every person who wants to cast a ballot, their vote counts. And that really is what's the most important thing to us.
press conference.
Tell them we're live on TV.
Right now we're live on TV. Van Bobby, Corey Lewandowski. So we want to know whether the sheriff is going to come to enforce the order.
Hey everyone, and we wanted to give you an update. They are still not in compliance. Our votes are being suppressed. We cannot count the votes properly. What's happening is they have moved the barrier up to 6 feet, but they took away the ballot machines that were in the front row and moved them to the back of the building. It's unbelievable what they're trying to do to our votes that have been legally cast. Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, your legal votes must be tabulated, and they're not doing that. They will not let us see anything. They're trying to drown us out now where we can't be heard. We're not going away. And now we're going to take further remedy to fix this. There's a woman who was in there that Corey's going to talk to you about who represented the city with your tax dollars, and he's going to tell you what she's doing. But we are not going to stand for this. We're not going anywhere. They are defying a court order by a judge, and this is not the last of this.
Listen, guys, your taxpayer money here in the city of Philadelphia is going to a private attorney by the name of Michelle Hangley. And what she said was she would determine if the court order was valid or not. And I'll be happy to release the video of her. They have 8 attorneys fighting us to see these ballots inside. The court order is in effect. They will not give us access. And the sheriff has decided not to come down here to enforce that court order. The sheriff of your county will not come down and enforce a court order. What is going on in this city? What are you hiding? Open up the doors, let us in, let us 6 feet away so that we can have a free and fair election. Whether you voted for Donald Trump or you voted for Joe Biden, everybody has a right to witness what's transpiring here. This makes it look like a kangaroo court. We deserve better, and we're not leaving till we witness every single vote that transpires in here.
They're really showing themselves to do really well. Come on, man.
My problem is I voted for NAFTA. I'm supporting NAFTA because I think it is a positive thing to do. And I do not pretend to be an expert on international trade matters.
Trade agreements like NAFTA and permanent normal trade relations with China, which forced American workers to compete against people who are making pennies an hour, has resulted in the loss of 160,000 jobs.
The president is absolutely right when he says that China has been cheating for 25 years and that Bill Clinton didn't do enough about it, George W. Bush didn't do enough about it, Barack Obama didn't do enough about it.
Rising China is an incredibly positive development for not only China, but the United States and the rest of the world. Rising China is a positive development. It is in our self-interest that China continue to prosper. We want to see China rise. China is a great nation, and we should hope for the continued expansion.
China is not our enemy.
We talk about China as our competitor. We should be helping. The idea that China is going to eat our lunch is bizarre. The idea that they are our competition, they're going to beat us, is bizarre. They're not bad folks. China's not a problem.
Allowing China into the World Trade Organization, which he supported, extending most favored nation status to China, which he supported, those steps allowed China to take advantage of the United States by using our own open trade deals against us.
No.
Do you think in retrospect that you were naive about China?
No.
But doesn't he deserve some credit for that? It's better. The USMCA is better than NAFTA.
It is better than NAFTA. You know, we have to come together. That's why I'm running. I'm running as a proud Democrat for the Senate. So vote! Vote! Visit iwill.com/Ohio. God bless you.
Can somebody tell Joe, by the way, it's not a real website, and Joe, you're running for president, not senator, and by the way, that senator, the Mormon guy, is Mitt Romney, not some Mormon governor. Now, sadly, what we showed you, that's just from a couple of hours today. because every time that Joe actually leaves the basement bunker and stays out past 10 a.m., well, disaster ensues. Here's a quick reminder.
Look, tomorrow's Superstar Tuesday, and I want to thank you all. I tell you what, I'm rushing ahead, aren't I? We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330. We choose truth over facts. Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone. Make sure the kids hear words. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Donald Trump does pose an extra threat to this. It's not hypothetical.
This is pretty serious. By the way, these are way beyond an occasional campaign gaffe, and I am beginning, I'm more than a little worried that this man could represent a clear and present danger to this country. He's obviously not capable of leading. He's been hiding the entire campaign, and the corrupt media mob is covering for him. Joe wants to be the president of the United States of America. That would be the toughest job in the world. And at times, Joe doesn't seem to remember that he's even running for president, or what state he's in, or what day of the week it is. Does anyone really believe that if elected, that Joe Biden will actually be in control of anything?
What kind of country we're going to be? 4 more years of Georgia, he's going to find ourselves in a position where if Trump gets elected, we're going to be in a different world. Barack and I think it's a right for people to have bad health care. Folks, we got a lot of work to do. I don't only need you to get me elected, I need you once I'm elected. I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
At the White House, there's also a campaign war room that was established at the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, which is the big building that's just across West Executive Drive from the White House. No taxpayer money, we're told, was spent on putting the campaign in that war room. The campaign took care of all of it. But here you have, that's the situation here in 2020 where we have to live by, to the best of our ability, these COVID restrictions. A lot of people would say that the president flaunted, if not violated, those rules with the airport gatherings that he had across the country with campaign rallies. But the decision was made to bring it here to the White House so as not to run afoul, at least the Trump International Hotel, of the COVID restrictions imposed by Washington, D.C.
So, John, Joe Biden came out at 12:31 this evening, a little over an hour and a half ago now, and the president was going to come out about 5 minutes ago. I mean, you have to wonder if there's ongoing discussion or what took them this long to do this at 2:05 in the morning in terms of how they're going to present their case here.
Yeah, well, I think the president might have been waiting to see if Georgia was going to be declared, and when it became clear that that wasn't going to happen because of the suspension of counting there in Fulton County, or at least a reduction in counting in Fulton County, that they probably got an argument together. And I think you're probably going to see the president lay down something of a gauntlet here in terms of the potential for, as he has been saying on the campaign trail, for weeks if not months now, that the only way that he is going to lose is if the election is stolen. And maybe sort of lay the groundwork here for myriad legal challenges to the outstanding vote or these extended deadlines that we see in many states across the nation. There was a thought earlier tonight that if the president looked like he had a sizable lead in places like Pennsylvania and North Carolina, that there wouldn't be any reason for a legal challenge. But as that vote begins to tighten, and we expect that it will tighten in Pennsylvania as well, as more results come in from the heavily Democratic areas around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, that the likelihood or the probability of a legal challenge grows with every vote for Joe Biden that comes in, and every percentage point by which the vote difference begins to tighten. So I think the president may begin to lay the case there that he has to go into court and start to challenge these votes for fear, as the president will likely say, that the election could be stolen from the Republicans.
All right, John, stand by. Chris Wallace, what do you think the president's going to do? He obviously listened to the former vice president.
Yeah, I think that both of them are setting the table for the possibility of legal challenges, and it's going to be, it'll be interesting. It does seem somewhat reminiscent of 2000. The Democrat is saying count every vote, keep the vote going until every vote has been counted, and the Republican, in this case President Trump, is going to say that there's a way to do it, and that we're going to go to the court to protect our rights, and we are worried about tampering with the vote. It's somewhat different, however. Obviously, in Florida, we had a result in Florida, or close to a result, a disputed result. But I mean, we're in a situation now where we're nowhere near Pennsylvania counting all of its votes, or Georgia, or a number of these states. So it's a more complicated case for the president to make now than it was in Florida, where all the states have been called at various points. George W. Bush had been declared the winner. Joe Biden, Al Gore had actually conceded and then had to rescind his concession. And of course, the famous line where Gore said, "You don't have to be snippy about it." So, I mean, this is going to be a more complicated and tougher case for this president to make than it was for George W. Bush.
And it's going to be excruciating for the country.
Well, I think it would be, so divisive in terms of, you look at the comparison. Let's take a state like Pennsylvania. You look at the rural counties in the middle versus, the counties that are strong Democratic counties, Pittsburgh, but also around that Philadelphia area. That's one level of division. But I think you also have to keep in mind, in a place like Georgia, you're looking at votes around the Atlanta area, heavily minority votes. In Pennsylvania, again, we're looking at votes concentrated in the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area. Again, specifically in Philadelphia, heavily minority votes. And the suggestion that there might be some hanky-panky or fraud or whatever is, again, going to raise the level of division, I think, in the country. I think it just tears our social fabric.
Let me hold on one second. We have under 2 minutes now before the president, but we do have a call to make. The decision desk is now calling the Montana Senate race for the incumbent, Steve Daines, Republican against Steve Daines, the candidate at one time, ran for Senate. This was supposed to be a Democratic pickup. This is a big hole for Republicans, and you see the 46-47, it's only Democrats +1. Remember, they have to have net +4 to take over control. We're getting to the point, if you look to Michigan, if you look to Purdue and Georgia, if he stays over 50%, that we may, this morning, be able to say that Republicans are going to hold on to control in the U.S.
I was just going to say, if you want a pretty good idea what the president's going to say, I just got a fundraising appeal from the Trump-Pence campaign breaking. Democrats plan to steal the election. We're emailing you now to ask you to step up one last time and defend the president. The Democrats will steal the election. We can't let them get away with it. So we are in full-scale 2000 litigation, and they're raising money to begin a legal effort to stop vote counting in various places and to say that the Democrats are stealing the election.
But I should point out, finishing my Senate thought, that Tom Tillis has already declared victory in North Carolina. We have not called that race, but he has declared victory down there. It's lining up that Mitch McConnell, after his victory tonight, will continue to be Senate Majority Leader and not minority.
And it's worth pointing out that
what 2000 was. We have institutions and procedures for settling these kinds of disputes. They held up then, took a long time, a lot of different courts at many levels, ended up in the Supreme Court, but it was handled. We're designed, we have checks and balances and processes. They worked then, my guess is they'll work now. They'll work now, and in the end, people by and large will accept it. At least they won't refuse to accept it any worse than they refused to accept Donald Trump's clear victory 4 years ago. I might also add about 2000, by the way, that the slogan of the Democrats was, we want to count every vote. But they didn't really want to count every vote. They wanted to count votes and keep counting votes in parts of Florida where they believed they would pick up votes. They didn't want to count anywhere else. David Boies, who was the lawyer for the Trump team, acknowledged that in his book.
The Bush.
I'm sorry, did I say
The Trump team, to the Bush team. You mean
no,
the
it was the Gore team. The Gore team, yeah. David Wood, Gore team.
Sorry.
And you said in his book that they didn't want to go to the county court, try to count in the county, but they didn't think they were going to pick up.
Well, that's what's going to happen here too.
Yeah.
Don't you think that you're going to start saying, well, you can count them here or don't count them there, and there'll be obviously objections to what's going on in Philadelphia or what's going on in Georgia now in Fulton County. I wish I were as optimistic as you, and certainly I don't think the country's going to come apart about it. But
that's what I'm saying.
This is the last thing the country needs. I mean, so many people are close to a political nervous breakdown, and it seems to me this is going to put us closer to the edge of it.
It's a 2020 cherry on the top of a really awful Sunday that the country really does not need, and that I think is one of the most difficult parts of watching all of this unfold tonight. It's starting to look, we did some history lessons earlier, but it's like 1896, Hayes and Tilden, post-Civil War, during Reconstruction, an election that went on for months with no resolution until it was finally decided. Back then they used to do the inauguration in March, and I believe it dragged on for 3 or 4 months.
4 months counting. But here's a benefit. We are now 13 minutes with Britt still here as we wait for President Trump.
Every minute's a bonus, Brett.
To speak. Dana, your thoughts as we get ready to hear from President Trump?
I can hear Biden snoring now.
Having worked in the Bush White House, that Bush v. Gore decision, it was deeply scarring for a lot of people, and we all remember it. We were there covering it. I went to bed that night thinking President Bush had won, and woke up in the morning with my husband saying, "I'm so sorry, he didn't win." And it still weighs heavy on people's minds, and at the time there was no incumbent in the White House. But one thing that's really different about this, look at this setting, that where President Trump is going to be speaking from the East Room of the White House, just below the residence that he calls home, the People's House. I think that feels a little bit different tonight.
Well, it also felt different for the Republican National Convention. The final speech on Thursday night to be on the South Lawn, and we were there, and this White House for this president, in an age of COVID-19, has been the place where he is delivering the big moments. And this is obviously one of the biggest as he tries to hold on to a re-election.
Yeah, he has been forced to do all of these events right at the White House, and it is his home and his residence, and he does gain the advantage of being able to have this amazing backdrop and very presidential environment for these big moments.
Can I just say something? I mean, we need to make the point, and obviously there are concerns, but the idea that the vote isn't over on election day and that elections aren't decided, in 2000 it wasn't decided, in 2004 we went to bed and we didn't know whether Bush or Kerry was going to win. I remember as a youngster, Jack Kennedy and Richard Nixon in 1960. We didn't know until the morning that Kennedy had beaten Nixon. So the idea that we don't know by some witching hour on election night or the morning after who the president is not unusual and is no sign that there's anything funny going on. And perhaps when the vote is counted in all of these places, there are 6 major states that are still undecided. It may be that without Pennsylvania, one of these gentlemen is able to win and we're able to avoid this litigation. I hope so, but as you say, Martha, it's 2020.
It took till 3:30 in the morning in 2016 for us to make that final call, to call for the 45th President of the United States. This moment, it's fraught with a lot of things, but really just getting it done in each one of these states is the deal that these state election offices have to deal with.
Right. So earlier we were discussing this, and the lawyers came in, and I think Britt Hume made the point. These decisions about how elections are conducted are set by the state legislatures. What we are seeing in the current atmosphere is state election offices make provisions to help people to vote in the midst of the virus, or possibly because there's a very difficult time in American life for people. What we are seeing now, I think, is setting up again, to just come back to this, I think, a very difficult moment in terms of American life. But I just wanted to reiterate what Chris had said. It's not unusual that you have an election for president decided beyond the day of the election, and it's again a consequence of the fact that every state, states' rights, 10th Amendment, is able to make their own rules for how the election is conducted within their boundaries. By the way, Martha, I was so impressed that you knew about Rutherford v. Hayes and Tilden, and how that decision was decided. It basically,
Hold the shoulder shrug.
pulling troops out of the South. That's how we got President Hayes.
That's how we got President Hayes.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's it.
Congratulations, President Hayes. Probably
We plan about 20 minutes and 2-minute warnings for the president.
I imagine he has a way that he wants to say things, and the lawyers have a way that they want him to say things. So that's why you got the teleprompters there, because you don't want him to say something that is going to be used against him in court if this does go to any sort of a court situation.
So you're saying this is not a three-wheel operation?
This is not a rally. I would say that.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought.
You can tell with the eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4%, or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, so we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan by, I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the voters in it. And we're winning Wisconsin. No, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461,000. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud. on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Pennsylvania. We're up by 400,000 votes with 86% of the precincts in. 86%, and we have Republican votes still coming in from Trump country. And the Democrats know that the only way that they can win this election is to cheat in Pennsylvania. And we've seen it from day one. We've seen it from day one. We found ballots in drainage ditches. They're not letting our poll watchers watch the polls. They're not letting them inside. There's video after video of them passing out collateral material in polling sites all over Philadelphia. They're trying to cheat. They're trying to cheat. They have 3x5 printed big posters in polling locations all over the city saying to vote for Biden and Harris, which is totally illegal. They're passing out flyers. The supervisors of elections, we have them on video, certain ones wearing literally Biden-Harris face masks in polling locations, which is totally illegal. And now they won't let, and we brought one great gentleman here with us today, Jeremy, who's a poll watcher down at the convention center. They won't even let him watch as they count the ballots. They put them behind a fence 40, 50 yards away where they actually can't see the counting happening. Guys, this is fraud. This is absolute fraud. We've seen it in Philadelphia before. They're trying to make a mockery of the election of this country. My father is up by almost 500,000 votes in this state with 86% reported. And plenty of red counties left to go. Plenty of red counties left to go. We're going to win Pennsylvania, but they're trying to cheat us out of it because they know it's their only path to victory. They know it's the only path to victory. And so we came here today. We met with all our lawyers. We are going to file suit in Pennsylvania. It's a shame that we have to do that. It's the last thing that we wanted to do. It's the last thing my father wanted to do. But this is rampant corruption, and it can't happen. It simply can't happen. It's not fair. This isn't democracy.
It is very, very sad that we're here in the city that's really the birthplace of our democracy. And this is among one of the most anti-democratic things I've ever seen or encountered. And it's not just here in Philadelphia. This is going on all over the country. We have filed a lawsuit. The lawsuit actually required that when these mail-in ballots that you know are highly suspicious anyway, this form of balloting has always been considered the most prone to fraud. That's according to the New York Times when it didn't apply to candidate President Trump. Well, we were supposed to be allowed by law to observe the counting of the ballots. Now, observe means, to any intelligent person, being able to look at it. The way it's interpreted by the Democrat crooked machine of Philadelphia is that the observers can be 20 or 30 feet away, never able to see the ballot itself, never able to see if it was properly postmarked, properly addressed, properly signed on the outside. All the things that often lead to disqualification of ballots or make it very easy to dump 50,000 totally fraudulent ballots because they're not observed. This went on for 20 hours while all of you thought there was some kind of legitimate count going on here in Philadelphia. It was totally illegitimate. So we went back to court and we went before a Democrat judge. No need to tell you what the result in Philadelphia is if you're before a Democrat judge. Obviously a political hack who doesn't know the meaning of the word observe. Observe means to be able to look. Not a single Republican has been able to look at any one of these mail ballots. They could be from Mars as far as we're concerned, or they could be from the Democratic National Committee. Joe Biden could have voted 50 times as far as we know, or 5,000 times. The ballots could be from Camden. Philadelphia, unfortunately, and I would say this about my own city, has a reputation for voter fraud. You have a reputation for dead people voting, and we're going to go look at just how many dead people voted here. I didn't think we'd have to do that, but we will. And you have a reputation for people being bussed in from Camden voting here. Wouldn't be the first time that happened. But this goes way beyond any of that. And let me also add that this isn't happening just here. We have exactly the same lawsuit in Wisconsin, where exactly the same thing happened. Except in Wisconsin, mysteriously at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, about 120,000 ballots appeared. Oh, here come these ballots. Well, we have no idea if they really are ballots. We have no idea if they're signed, if they're postmarked properly, if it isn't just the same person who submitted 100,000 ballots, and they all got counted. This is the way they intend to win. Now I'm informed by former Congressman Sweeney, who's been going around the country and collecting this information, that similar situation in Arizona, similar situation in Nevada, and a similar situation, what am I missing, John? Where are you? In Michigan, in Detroit, Michigan. Again, let me be specific what it is. This whole new thing that never happened before in our country, these mail-in ballots, which has been a cause of real concern for everyone because they can easily be fraudulent. Well, one of the things that the law attaches to that is the right for both parties to observe the ballot, the way we do with absentee ballots. You make certain it's properly signed. On the outside, there's a signature. You make sure that it's properly postmarked. You make sure that it's properly addressed, and then you pass on it. A number of these are often challenged by the Democrat representative or the Republican representative. We never got a chance to look at a single one of them. The gentleman here who did this for us says about 100,000 ballots went through that process in the 20-plus hours in which they wasted his time by not allowing him to see a single ballot. Well, that's 120,000 ballots that should just be taken out of the count. So you want to look at that number, that 120,000 should come out. And this is an area in which Biden is getting 60, 70% of the vote. I don't know if this is going on any other place, but it is going on in enough frequency in Wisconsin that we've brought suit, and now we'll have to look into 3 other places. What it says to me is this is a concerted effort of the crooks that run the Democrat Party. And you know these big city machines are crooked. You know that. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years of one-party rule leads to corruption. of all kinds. Voter fraud is one of the biggest because that's how you keep your power. But we're not going to let them get away with it. They're not going to steal this election. This election gets decided by the people. These people, the elite, they don't care about the people. The people are the deplorables, the chumps. They're not important. To President Trump, he's the whole reason that he ran for office. And he's the whole reason for which he's carrying on this campaign, so that your vote can mean something, so that your vote doesn't get wiped out by 100,000 fraudulent, meaningless paper ballots that no one gets to observe. So we are going to continue the lawsuit here. We're going to bring a second one, and then we're going to bring a federal lawsuit. And we're going to take a very good look at whether we bring this nationally. We certainly are going to bring it here and in Wisconsin. Quite possibly we'll do a national lawsuit and really expose the corruption of the Democrat Party. But this is beyond anything I've ever seen before. This comes when you think you have so much power and you own the media that you can do anything you want. Well, sorry. We're going to fight for the people. We're going to vindicate their right. And the ultimate result is President Trump has won Pennsylvania. I've never heard of a count where you're ahead by 400,000 with 80+% counted, and they haven't called it for you yet. They called California the moment the polls closed. How many votes do you have to be ahead to win, for a Republican to win here? How many votes do we have to be ahead? 400,000 is not enough? With 80+% counted, I think there's only 14% of the vote to go. Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools? You know something? The Democrats do think you're stupid, and they do think you're fools, and that's why you get called deplorable and chumps. It's over. We're going to stick with this. We're going to win this election. We've actually won it. Just a matter of counting the votes fairly.
Okay, all right. We have photo words coming here. Family, all right. It's Texas, a long-time African-American rancher. Yeah. Maybe they do get together around a campfire and singing spiritual songs from the period. And I said, let's do this.
Yeah, he would be a great person.
You're not right, right?
He's actually already really good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
His work is Which of you guys is doing live? Everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Let's get through it.
I didn't know what day it was. I got a text from Megan. Says, can you do this read the marks thing? I said, Thursday? And then I looked at the newspaper. Like, today.
I saw you.
I took one.
This is your AP sound test.
I got the
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End of test.
Let's be bang bang. This one. 10 o'clock press conference.
That would be nice.
I'll have the
Yeah.
Yes, they are. When they showed up, what's that? About 15 minutes. Oh, 15 minutes. Yeah, so they just pull up, get right out of there.
I don't know.
There you go. You did okay? Fine. It took me a while to figure out what day Thursday was. Yeah, it's pretty well ended.
It ends with a why I get a call at 5 o'clock. Kevin, happy birthday. Let's go.
Happy birthday today? Yeah. Happy birthday. Mine's on the 7th. Yeah, I don't know if that's good or not.
It's a mess. It's the best. It's the best. Yeah, it's the best.
Yeah. Got any plans for?
Oh my God.
Have you been here for a while? Oh yeah. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. And look, we got. I mean, we got that pretty fast. Oh yeah. No, I think I got my guy right here. I'll just step in. Yeah, the guys down there. It's a better idea.
I just did it.
Why did you?
You don't see that.
He just started. I was here yesterday and workers sitting out there, and you could just tell it was trained, smoking a cigarette. So, when you work, it's usually at least 60 minutes. And I said, so, what is it you come up with? Yeah, he said, yeah, that's a different part. I haven't used my car down. Remember me at the other spot. Got my auto phone. So many media now. This is just blowing out.
Yeah, I figured it was going to be about like this.
I used to love those days. That was it.
The worst, I remember how it was during the that was the worst. Trying to get into the metro. I never got
It's such a nutty. Right. You don't think of it. My wife was at home and she made out the back of the yard.
We've been kind of in and out for a lot of the stuff that we do. There's a lot we do at home, but there's a lot we still have to be on the board for.
Yeah. I think you guys would.
Oh, that was Joe's idea.
Yeah. Is that something you have on other radio stations?
That was 100% Joe's idea.
Like,
Joe really wants to be
But
he really wants to be a radio, like a TV or pop person.
I remember when I was back in the day when I was starting out as a photographer, that I would at night do football games.
Oh.
Late night theater.
Yeah.
And it was creepy. I was the only person in there, and the studio was all dark and stuff. Here we go, guys.
Good morning. I'm Adam Laxalt. I am a former Navy and Iraq veteran and the former top law enforcement officer of this state. I care deeply about both the rule of law and voter integrity, like the rest of Nevadans and Americans. And we warned for the last few weeks that we could end up in a situation where Nevada decides the fate of the presidency. We warned that the Democrats changed this election system. They gave us mail-in ballots, and despite the fact that there are examples of thousands of ballots being mailed across this valley in trash cans in apartment buildings, people getting as many as 18 ballots to their homes, we knew these rolls were unclean, and we were told that signatures would save us from all fraud. But to date, we still have not been able to observe these signatures or meaningfully challenge a single mail-in ballot out of hundreds of thousands of casts. We firmly believe that there are many voters in this group of mail-in people that are not proper voters. In the last many days, we have received reports of many irregularities across the valley. We believe that there are dead voters that have been counted. We are also confident that there are thousands of people whose votes have been counted that have moved out of Clark County during the pandemic. Today, we have a voter, Jill Stokey, who was denied access to vote. She showed up to vote, and she was told someone had already cast her ballot, and she was denied the opportunity to vote. We are filing in federal district court here in Las Vegas. We're asking for emergency relief, TRO, and injunctive relief. We're asking the judge due to all of these irregularities, to stop the counting of improper votes. Thank you.
The courts in Nevada.
Can you wait?
Yeah, you got it.
Look, the reality is that transparency is not political.
For your name?
Ballots are not automatically legal votes until they're checked. We are not being allowed to check. The Harry Reid machine recklessly threw ballots into the mail, and now we cannot check whether or not there are non-residents, which we have evidence, publicly available evidence, that you all in the media should be also looking at. It's publicly available information that non-residents have voted. There is a 30-day residency requirement in the state of Nevada. If you haven't been in the state for 30 days, it is illegal to vote. Reporters have a responsibility. The fact is, we are filing this federal lawsuit to protect legal voters. It is unacceptable in this country to have illegal votes counted, and that is what's happening in the state of Nevada. We've asked Clark County for answers. They have no answers. They continue to count illegal votes. That is unacceptable, and it's giving legal people a sense that the system is corrupt. We have to have a system where legal votes are cast. What the Harry Reid machine has done is throw out recklessly ballots, and now they don't want us to check those ballots, and we are seeing discrepancies all over. We are asking Clark County to give us answers. All of your questions about the details are legitimate questions, and they should be asked of Clark County, because the Clark County officials are silent. They are not giving us any answers, and they continue to count these illegal votes. Ballots versus legal votes. That's what we're talking about. It is unacceptable in this country.
The presidency is literally in the breach.
Listen, you're here to take in information, okay? We'll do your job. It's pretty easy. Do a
Thank you all for turning out. Thank you all for turning out. The presidency literally hangs in the balance. And what the fundamental principle is here is that we want to be able to make sure that the counting that occurs and that the results that happen can be respected by every American voter across this land and truly across the world. If you're not allowed in to see the process, both sides and all of you in the media, so that there is transparency, so that there's meaningful observing of these ballots, that calls into question what those results will be. the idea in this country, the idea in America that we would somehow reduce or limit the ability to have basic insurance that a ballot is a legal ballot, that a ballot is an acceptable ballot, that the person who voted, that we took minimal steps to make sure that there was a signature match, for instance. Those types of guarantees need to be in the process. And so we have to understand that what's going on in Nevada impacts what's going on all across this country, which is the American people want to have confidence in the results that are coming out of Nevada. That will occur when we can make a case why every ballot is an acceptable, compliant ballot.
Let me, do you want to introduce these two, or we can have them introduce themselves? These are individuals who have stories of discrepancy. If you want to state your name and briefly what happened.
Okay.
And we won't take any questions, but you can step up and go right here.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Jill Stokey. I went to vote. It was told I already voted. I pursued the matter, and in years past, I always voted in person. This time, they mailed out the ballot, and somebody took my ballot. They also took the ballot of my roommate. I was told by the interviewer from Channel 8, when I said, did other people do this? He said, yes. He said, you're the first double. Thank you.
Ms. Stokey, will you spell your name for us, please?
S is in Sam, T is in Tom, O-K-K-E.
Good morning. I'm Chris Padone. I'm going to give my account what happened. I was here, actually been here for quite a bit, and was here with members of the Trump campaign and came in a media capacity to obtain content information on election night, and unfortunately was stereotyped in that regard, and you can take for that what you may, and was not able to obtain any type of access by any means, and got a little bit, I guess you can say assertive or aggressive is the word, so to speak, and the question was asked at 1:30 in the morning, why are you here? And our response was, well, it's election night. That's why we're here, and you guys are obviously counting ballots. And it was unique because they said they had an hour and a half left of counting to do, and an official came out who was kind and asked us to sign documents, and a few moments later we were asked to leave. Well, I find it ironic we were asked to leave within 10 to 12 minutes when they said they had an hour and a half of counting left to do, and clearly that was an attack I think on any type of conservative media or any individual or entity that wanted to have access and cover. And we find it very unique that other outlets are able to have full access, but we were not given any type of access whatsoever. And they question the validity of my background, or any type of media, any type of experience whatsoever. So that was my personal account, and that's it.
So what media were you representing, Chris?
Let me just say this. All of your questions are very good, and they should be asked of Clark County. We don't have access to the information. They are not giving us access to the ballots. The publicly available information raises a lot of questions, and yet we are not getting answers just like you. We're not going to take any more questions today, and I will say that we will have more to say at the end of the day after we file.
Any evidence, sir.
So all you have to do is ask your questions of Clark County, and we will make sure that we continue the pressure on them too. Thank you very much.
Starting about the president, there are sacks of votes.
We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump.
What about missing ballots? What do we do with those?
We want Trump.
Right. I want Trump too.
He doesn't want to take photos of your sign. They know Latinos voted for Trump.
Don't let the tall guy
All right. Hello, Arizona. Wow. What support we have for our President of the great United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's so good to see you all here. That and I am Dr. Kelly Ward. I am the chairwoman of your Republican Party. That's right. It's an honor to work for you and with you, and we are still hard at work. I can see you're not asleep at the wheel, and neither are we. I tell you, Arizona is in play, folks. We are in play. When I was watching the election night returns, and I saw Fox News inappropriately call Arizona for a radical leftist socialist team, I can tell you I started tweeting out right away to retract, because Arizona is more than set to be able to win. Okay. How about this? It's not about Fox. It's about counting our votes. Count our votes. Count our votes. Yes. Count our votes. And that's exactly what we're doing. When the race was inappropriately called by the media, the fake news media, Trump was just behind by 200,000 votes. There were hundreds and thousands of votes were still out, hundreds of thousands of votes that are still out, and even still today, there are hundreds of thousands of votes. And I can tell you that it is trending in the direction of President Donald J. Trump. We have the team on the ground. We have the people. We have the momentum. We have the activist community that is not going to allow this race to be stolen from President Trump or from Republicans all the way down the ballot. You can count on me. I can count on you. I'm going to leave it at that because you don't need to hear from me. You all know I think we're going to win this state for Donald Trump. I've got some awesome people here with me, and you're going to hear from Dave Bossy in just one moment, but I do want to introduce our Congressman Paul Gosar. We've got Congresswoman Debbie Lesko. We've got COO of the Trump campaign, Jeff DeWitt, former treasurer. We've got former Congressman John Shadig, Boris Epstein right here. So don't go away because we are winning this. Stay vigilant, stay awake. Do not let this election be stolen. I won't. I know you won't. Here's Dave.
Thank you all very much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kelly. This is an exciting day. We are so proud of each and every one of you. My name is David Bossy, and I'm a senior advisor to the Trump campaign. And I'm happy to I'm going to make a few, thank you very much. I'm going to be happy to make a few remarks, and then we're all happy to take questions when we're done. First, I just want to say that Arizona's 11 electoral college votes are going to be in Donald Trump's column when we get done with this. Every legal ballot must be counted. We are here to protect every legal vote. If the current trends continue, as we have seen, because we follow the science, President Trump is going to overtake Joe Biden, and we are going to win Arizona. Look, the news organizations that prematurely called Arizona have really done a disservice to the American people. And so, look, that's water under the bridge. What we're going to do is prove them wrong. Okay? That's what we're here to do. We're going to make sure that every single vote counts, and we're going to prove to the American people that Arizona is Trump country. And my next question is, what does the margin need to be in order for them to retract this horrible, horrible call? That's a very important question. We must have the media. Look, after tonight, the margin is going to be much smaller. And so when they prematurely called it, it was a bigger number, but it was only 70-some-odd% in. It was an irresponsible thing to have done, and we're here to protect the vote of the Arizona people. And I got to tell you, I see What is going on? It's the fake news media. So look, there was only about 73% in when they called this race. So we're here to make sure every vote is counted. We're here to make sure that Arizona is delivered for President Trump for his reelection, and it is going to be. So I thank each and every one of you for being here, and I'm happy to take questions. Go ahead. I didn't know of any such thing that happened. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I asked him, yes. Yeah, that's a great question. He asked, did the mainstream media calling some of these states early have impact on what happened in the rest of the country? And I think the answer is very simply yes. Because if you look at what the mainstream media did with the state of Florida, we won the state of Florida in 2016. President Trump did by about 110, 115,000 votes. He was up 400,000 votes, and they called California before they called Florida. They didn't call the state of Ohio. Look, this is not a mistake, folks. They have been against this president. They've been against your president from the very first minute 4 years ago. So we are tired of it. We're going to fight to the very end, and that's why Donald Trump's going to get reelected, because every single one of you is here to fight for him. Thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Well, all of the litigation strategies completely are currently being thought about and contemplated. There's been no decisions on anything as of yet, but absolutely all options are on the table to protect single legal vote that has been made in Arizona, because all said and done, President Trump is going to get
Oh, but we expect him to win now. You know, count. No, not need a lot.
Go ahead.
There's a great number of media organizations that have not called in. I see your guys' path here going forward. And I think that's why a lot of news organizations are waiting to call this race. At the same time, is there anything that you have actually seen in terms of evidence that concerns you that could lead to a lawsuit right now?
The answer to your question is yes. However, this is way discussed because we're not there yet. Okay, we're not there yet. But President Trump is going to win by when all the votes are counted. We're not going to have to worry about that.
Chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, who supports this president, said that he has faith in the Maricopa County Elections Department. Do you guys all agree with that faith in the Elections Department?
I have some concerns about the election department and about Adrian Fontes himself. He has disregarded legal advice from outside and within his own organization, and we have had our poll observers, Republican poll observers, be disenfranchised. They've been put into a corner. They have to sit in their seat to verify the signatures. They were not able to see the screens that were in front of them. They were able to look at the back of the computer screens. They were allowed to have binoculars, but they could only see the name brand of the computer, not the actual signatures of the voters. And that's just one instance. So I believe that one of the reasons we're standing here is that we want to assure the integrity of elections in Arizona. And the Republican Party of Arizona and everyone here will do just that.
Hold on, right there, sir.
So in Michigan, there was the 4 a.m. drop to 138,000 and 112,000 in Michigan that the president referred to in his 2 a.m. are those votes, those 250,000 to 0 votes for Biden, are they going to be picked out as fraudulent votes before it's all over?
Yeah, talking about Arizona, sir, and yeah, there's a team in Michigan doing exactly what we're doing here. So I can assure you the people of Michigan are being well served by the Trump team. Okay? Yeah, of course, please. Please do.
Yeah, listen, folks, Arizona, the bottom line is President Trump is going to win Arizona. I believe it. The trend is going that way. I spoke to the president yesterday morning, and I told him I believe that Arizona is going to go for President Donald J. Trump, and then he's going to other states, and he's going to win America.
What she said, absolutely. Okay, good. I can't stop that. Yes, ma'am. You just asked that question and I answered it. I didn't have. Go ahead, ma'am. Our legal team is clearly looking at those types of questions. It's been very well documented that those are some concerns by thousands of people in the state of Arizona. So they're not unfounded to the people that it affected. So there's a process for those people and for our campaign to go through, and that's what we're team is currently looking at, obviously. Yeah, thank you all very much. Happy to take any more questions after we're done here. Is that good with you, Kelly?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. We're willing to take some more questions, everybody here, from you all, but the press conference is officially over, and the count is still going on, and Arizona's going to win for President Trump.
So I'm inside the Broward County Supervisor of Elections office, and you can see inside the window, check this out, all the employees in there counting ballots, doing things. Veritas is everywhere. Whistleblowers here, there, all across the country. I gotta go. Hello. I'm here inside the Broward County facility in Florida. I'm not here to vote, but I just wanted to know if how it's going with the fraud, the ballots.
Oh, I have no answers yet, so let me get somebody who can answer that
Thank
question.
you.
Who are you?
I'm James O'Keefe with Project Veritas.
Oh, how are you?
Nice to see you.
Good. Yeah.
I don't know how this
You're right.
May I come in?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
Have you heard of us?
Yes, I know.
Are you a fan?
I'm a supervisor of elections.
You can't say so.
I'm completely neutral.
We're just checking out to see if there's any fraud in the elections.
We've detected a bunch of voter registration fraud. We turned it into the authorities and haven't done squandola.
The Florida authorities or the feds?
Both.
Any mail-in fraud or voter mail-in fraud?
It's very difficult to scam these systems on the voting side. On the voter registration side, the system is very vulnerable because the nitwit legislature has a system where everybody operates on the honor system. And so you could say that you're a citizen of the United States when you're a citizen of China, and nobody would challenge it. We found a ballot yesterday at the canvassing board. Some clown in New Jersey, who is a registered voter both in New Jersey and in Florida, which is very common, shouldn't be, but it is, asked for a vote-by-mail ballot. And we sent them a vote-by-mail ballot. Apparently, he also asked for a vote-by-mail ballot from his county in New Jersey. And when he sent his vote-by-mail envelope to Florida, he put his New Jersey ballot in it.
Is that a DA or a Attorney General of the state?
Local prosecutor.
Local. And do you find that they actually do anything?
No. Local prosecutors tend to be most animated by homicide, crime against the person. If everything operates by the law, it should be good for conservatives.
Is that 475,000 votes?
What's important for the president here is that's 207,000 Republican votes. We should be 5 points ahead.
Hello everyone, James O'Keefe here in an undisclosed location. Hey, we got a big story tonight coming in the state of Michigan. A lot of ballot fraud, a lot of things that we're exposing, and this one's pretty shocking. Shows some illegal voter fraud. We have been getting thousands of tips. We've read every single one of them. We are on top of all of them. Our journalists are in the field. Thank you for sending your tips to VeritasTips@protonmail.com. We have dozens of people across the country with the hidden cameras corroborating this information. Keep sending it our way, working as hard as we can. Stay tuned. Next Project Veritas bombshell out this evening in the state of Michigan. Tell us where you work.
I work in the Traverse City Post Office, more specifically the Barlow branch.
Your boss told you and your colleagues something that shocked you this morning. What was it?
We were issued a directive this morning to collect any ballots we find in mailboxes, collection boxes, just outgoing mail in general, separate them at the end of the day so that they could hand stamp them with the previous day's date. Today is November 4th, for clarification.
Who is your boss and what is his title?
Jonathan would be a direct supervisor, yes. As of right now, he is the opening supervisor for the Barlow branch post office. And this is anecdotal, a carrier down at another office said they watched the postmaster doing it. If it were just a typical day, it would be clerks doing it up at the distribution center.
So 8 p.m. election day, November 3rd, the Court of Appeals ruled ballots have to be received by that time. And what were you told?
To separate them today so they could mark them with yesterday's date and send them through the express system to wherever they needed to go.
This appears to be an attempt to circumvent Michigan law and allow late votes. And you said there was a hamper where letter carriers were supposed to leave their ballots. Where are the ballots now?
They were putting them into express bags to go to the distribution center. In regards to a hamper, there was a standard hamper that all letter mail is supposed to go to, and they had a tub next to it that we were supposed to put any ballots collected today into.
Yes. What made you come forward?
That's sketchy. I don't like sketchy. It screams corruption. Also knowing the post office's leanings politically, it didn't seem quite right.
What is your message to other postal workers who see things like this?
Report it. How are we supposed to have any integrity in this country if we are just going to let things slide based on a scaling issue?
Are you afraid of retaliation against you?
I've had whistleblower policies backfire on me in the past, so yes.
We'll have to reach out to Jonathan Clark for comment. Hey, is this Jonathan?
Yes.
Hey, I'm a reporter with Project Veritas, James O'Keefe here, and I have information that you guys have been stamping ballots with the previous date, November 3rd. He just hung up the phone on me. He just hung up the phone on me. Huge update. Project Veritas, we just got contacted by the Office of the Inspector General, who is aware of this video inside the post office in Michigan, and the whistleblower who's showing how the ballots were backdated to November 3rd, even though they were accepted November 4th. Huge update. The Inspector General tells us they're aware of this. It falls under their jurisdiction. They're assessing whether to investigate. This whistleblower in Michigan is a patriot and a hero. He doesn't fear retaliation. He cares more about his country and what they're doing illegally there in Michigan, counting the votes illegally, than he cares about his own well-being and safety. And there's many more like him. And we want you guys to come forward, the honest post office workers, the honest poll workers, whoever you are, wherever you are. You're the ones who can make the difference. You can't rely upon anyone else. Contact us. VeritasTips@protonmail.com. Be brave. Do something.
Yeah, where can I find a handful of them?
I don't know, man. Hey, I'm almost finished with the boxes today.
All right, brother.
Hey, not a problem, man. I'm gonna see if I can get you some like a nice little handful. What's your unit number?
You're gonna get a handful?
What's your unit number?
322. You gonna get a handful?
I'll probably put I don't know, maybe. If it's in there, I ain't do it.
And you'll put some in there for me.
I might, man.
All right, brother.
See what I can do.
A postal worker in Nevada offered our undercover journalist a handful of ballots that was sent to the wrong address. This is another example of USPS voter fraud.
Project Veritas have posted a story in the last couple of hours that alleges some cases of voter fraud in Michigan. Have a look and make up your own mind.
So 8 p.m. election day, November 3rd, the Court of Appeals ruled ballots have to be received by that time. And what were you told?
To separate them today so they could mark them with yesterday's date.
Some of us got some extra ballots and stuff. How many of those you getting lately? People with extra ballots are undeliverable or
It's been quite a few.
Quite a few?
You know, people are sending based off their old address. So, yeah, it's been quite a few.
Well, if it wasn't me, though, hypothetically, though, it could be done.
I can't say that because I don't know. I'm just a delivery.
All right. But there's a lot of them out there like that, though, right?
Yeah, there are.
Where's the most of them at then? If we were hypothetically...
A handful?
Yeah, where can I find a handful of them?
I don't know, man. Hey, I'm almost finished with the boxes today.
All right, brother.
Hey, not a problem, man. I'm going to see if I can get you some, like a little nice little handful. What's your unit number?
You're going to get a handful?
What's your unit number?
322. You're going to get a handful?
I'll probably put I don't know, maybe. If it's in there, I ain't do it.
And you'll put some in there for me?
I might, man.
All right, brother.
See what I can do.
Behind. The U.S. Postal Service sent inspectors to a post office branch in Traverse City after concerns of possible fraud. The Office of the Inspector General had federal investigators at the branch on Barlow Street today. It comes after a group known as Project Veritas posted a video which claims to identify a postal supervisor allegedly instructing employees to take absentee ballots received on Wednesday and backdate them with a postmark for Tuesday. Now, under Michigan law, it would be irrelevant to the results, even if this turns out to be true, because ballots had to be in the hands of clerks by Tuesday night at 8 p.m. But the Postal Service is still investigating the claims.
The folding one? Is it usually back there?
No, it was the one with the yellow pad on it right here. The wooden one.
Is it? Oh, the one with the cushion, the real nice wooden one? I'll bring it right to you.
Oh, shit, yeah.
No, it was
You gotta get it off eBay now.
Chip will sell it to you.
Here's your chair, but that's not, you don't need that pillow. Doug, right behind you, buddy.
Yes, sir.
I even left your pillow for you.
Hey, can someone stand right
I don't know where that
The pillow is there for your comfort. You bet.
Yeah? That good?
There's a scramble in here right now because
Good.
this press conference was called suddenly, and now we're just trying to get in place. Viewers need to be reminded that in addition to everything else going on with the election, there are still COVID restrictions in the White House briefing room. That's why when you look at the picture here, you're seeing a lot fewer journalists in place for this upcoming statement from the president. Hopefully some questions from the president about what's happening right now. I'll tell you, I talked to the Trump advisor a short time ago, and in addition to some of the gloom and doom that they're feeling inside the campaign, they're looking at Joe Biden catching up quickly in Pennsylvania, they're looking at Joe Biden catching up quickly in Georgia. There is also the prospect of a legal challenge of this campaign. Now, legal challenges in multiple states across the country to try to stop this Biden victory. And in the words of this Trump advisor, not the way I want to win. So there are some inside the campaign who would like to win this the old-fashioned way by tallying up the votes and see who wins, see who has the most votes. Obviously, there are some people inside the campaign, and the president may be leading the charge on this, who feels that he is being robbed, and so therefore he has to do what he has to do in court. Now, obviously, you know, that is not in line with the facts. We heard the Pennsylvania Secretary of State speak just a short while ago, saying she has not seen any instances of voter fraud. As we know historically, there is no widespread voter fraud in the U.S., but the president is going to try to bend reality, bend the facts, bend the truth in his direction in the hopes of trying to make something happen on the legal front. The other thing that is confounding this campaign, and it's going to be a problem for them when they get into court, is that they are arguing for the stoppage of counting in some states and arguing for the continuing of counting in other states. That's obviously something that is going to be a giant red flag, pointed out by any judge when the Trump lawyers go into court. And so I suspect, Anderson, when the president comes in here, he's going to want to make a statement. He is going to want to look like he's in charge. He's been watching Joe Biden go out there and make these sort of statesman-like statements over the last couple of days. And the president wants, I think, to reclaim the mantle, reclaim the Oval Office to some extent here. And we'll wait and see if the president wants to take any questions. There's obviously a lot on our minds in terms of what we want to ask the president, such as, for example, why not continue to count the votes? That's what we do in this country. And so we'll have to see what the president has to say about that. I think so, yes, Andrew. They do not have a consistent position. They want to continue counting in states where perhaps he might be, he got a win, and they want to stop counting in states where he's in trouble. And that, I think most Americans would look at that and just see that as being something that just doesn't stand up. And, but the president is watching the lights go out on his presidency right now. That is what we're witnessing in real time. As these votes are being tabulated and Joe Biden is catching up in Pennsylvania.
It feels like a long time since I've been here.
The presidency of Donald J. Trump is vanishing before our eyes. And there are limited options left in this campaign, limited options left for this president. We haven't seen a one-term president in some 28 years. George H.W. Bush, who lost presidency to Bill Clinton, went out gracefully, became friends with Bill Clinton, was that sort of a father-son relationship. He is not going to go down without a fight. Then what's the plan from there? That is what we're hearing from Trump campaign.
All right, sparing you for just a second, all the media talking heads there in the briefing room. The president should be up shortly. Back here at the RSBN studio, just reminding you, we have a busy night tonight. We are in Phoenix, Arizona for the Stop the Steal rally happening at 7 p.m., I believe, Mountain Time. So we're going to have that. We're also going to have a group team prayer for the president at 8 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. We encourage everybody to join in. That link is posted on our YouTube channel. We are also in Philadelphia, heading there. Philadelphia, the crew is just arriving there. Tomorrow we'll be covering Team Trump press conferences throughout the day in Philly. And we're also have a crew headed to Detroit, Michigan. We are going to give all of our resources. We are going to do everything that we possibly can to expose what is going on and help the president. So it is something we didn't anticipate happening, but we are ready, and we will do as much as we possibly can. Thank you all for your support. The president will be out shortly. If you want to support our travels, because we don't know where we're going, but we'll go wherever we have to go, you can donate to us, rsbnetwork.com/donate. God bless you. We're going to win this thing. We are going to prevail. Let's go.
Standard sort of varies state by state. Strategy varies state by state. There were talks, talk of stopping the votes in Michigan. Joe Biden is way ahead of Michigan. That doesn't work. And so they are, I think, reacting minute by minute, as we are reacting minute by minute, to what is a Biden presidency that is starting to come into shape, that is starting to come into the picture. And the president, I suspect, is very frustrated about this. Tweets, some in all caps, some in
Go on.
false and misleading. And he wants to get around that. Coming out to the podium and having us take this on live television gives him a way of getting around those types of restrictions. And so I suppose, in addition to the presidential seal being slapped on that lectern behind me, there probably ought to be a Surgeon General. What you're about to hear from the President of the United States may not be in line with the facts, may be hazardous to your democracy, may be hazardous to the counting of the votes. I suspect when the President comes out here, we're going to see a fair amount of bending of the truth. I think we just all have to be prepared for that. We can tiptoe the reality and dance around the truth here. We're going to say what we
see the things are pretty
Oh.
accurate. The president will lie and
I saw
lie
it.
and lie.
Okay.
Since Trump 17 down in Wisconsin.
I suspect.
I'm not sure in what world that when he goes out there. But that could potentially send a signal to voters that it's a lost cause.
Okay, great.
I'll tell you, I think that notion was overridden by the enthusiasm that the president generated on the campaign trail. I was at a rally in closing days in Green Bay. There were thousands of people who were out there, and the weather was cold, the weather was angry, and they were still there. There were thousands of people in Omaha, Nebraska. There were thousands of people in Kenosha, Traverse City, Rochester, Minnesota. They limited it to 250 of the actual event, but there were thousands of people who were waiting outside just to show their support. So I'm not sure that this idea of suppression polls actually worked in the real world, but the president's got a case. I truly believe that the polling was so horribly inaccurate for the most part as it was in 2016. And I've said it to people on the campaign, talked to people on the campaign trail about this. The pollsters still have not figured out for the most part how to accurately read Trump voters. And well, they've had, unless he loses and runs again in 2024, they have a bigger chance to really figure it out. Two runners, yeah, well, I think that he's been waiting for something significant to happen, such as, if Arizona were to go his way or if Nevada were to go his way. But I think you saw Joe Biden come out for the second time today. Yesterday, he allowed Joe Biden to have the news cycle because his campaign surrogates were out there. They were really sort of leading the charge to the president in terms of where this was going to go. As far as the vote count goes, as far as the lawsuits go. But I think when Biden came, I was told yesterday, if Biden came out, the president would probably, he didn't. So when Biden came out against it, I think the president said, let's go out, I got to get in front of the cameras.
Yes, I'm very thankful that you're there. Okay, I mean, I was prepared to do it myself, but this is a whole lot better. I did send you 2 test pictures.
Yeah, and don't forget, as these races tighten, he may have a little opportunity in the next few hours to come out and say
so we have to go. We have not, we're told we're going to get
We're all paying attention to Pennsylvania. And a lot of attention on Arizona and Nevada. But if he loses,
okay, so I'll be following away.
That's unrecoverable. And when Georgia went Democratic, 1992, with Bill Clinton. So the fact that the margin is so close to Georgia is extraordinary. I lived there for 5-6 years. In fact, I saw the tone and tenor of the demographic makeup and the politics of the state beginning to change. For a Republican president to lose Georgia.
See. Really quick, just going to break in here. I heard John Roberts there with Fox. What has happened with Fox anyway? What is going on over there at Fox? Election night, after election night, I couldn't tune in any longer after the first 10 minutes. I just tuned it out. I could not handle it. And now John Roberts up there talking about Georgia being so close. Let me tell you the truth. I live about 15, 20 minutes or so away from the Georgia state line. There is no way that Georgia is that close. We all know what's happening. We all know that these ballots are coming in out of nowhere in Fulton County, in the Atlanta area, in DeKalb County. And every time they say, we're finished counting now, and then the next morning we wake up and they say, oh, we found 35,000 more votes. We know what's going on. It's not that close in Georgia. There's no way in hell that it's that tight in Georgia. Okay, we all know what's going on. The thing is, the media knows what's going on. Big tech knows what's going on. And everybody knows that we know what's going on. And they don't care because they're emboldened and they know that they have the media and they have big tech in their pocket. And they're going to cover for them. So that's why we're doing the best we can. We're out there. We're going to be bringing you live coverage of press conferences. We're going to be up in the faces of the people who are making these decisions and be a friendly voice. We're going to ask the questions that need to be asked because no one else is doing it. And there are some patriots out there that are doing it. They have cell phones and things, and they're doing the best that they can. But we've got gear, we've got equipment, and we're going to get out there and we're going to do the best we can because this is nothing short of a coup attempt on this president, and it's not going to happen. We're not going to allow it to happen. The president isn't going to allow it to happen. So stay tuned. It's going to get rough. It's going to get a little bit nuts, but we are going to do our best here at RSBN. Don't listen to them when they tell you that the race is lost. Keep the faith. Everything will be all right. And join our prayer tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time for the president right here on RSBN, led by Father Frank Pavone. Tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Right Side. The president will be out shortly.
Yeah, she's okay. Yeah. I will text her.
Yeah. Let's stay on the far edge.
Yeah.
That's relief, huh? I think so.
What?
So we were just talking about that's never happened. I have Pilates at 7:30. I don't know if they know that. I have Pilates at 7:30. I don't know if they know that.
Okay, so I gotta be honest. I need Pilates. They got me procedures.
That's the sad thing about where we life is right now. We don't have plans to go anywhere.
It was very good. Yes. It's on? Dance.
So they get there? You're closer. Right. Thank you.
Can we get you close?
No.
They said they will give a 2-minute warning.
Well, we're gonna try.
Oh, you're done here?
Yeah, I know where.
Okay, why do you think I got that?
I know where you got that.
Well, we're gonna be here.
They gave me COVID. Just give me 3. People wonder why I drink.
I'm sorry, I spent the last month with you 8 feet away from you.
Yeah, we don't both have COVID now?
I didn't.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, you guys, you and.
Robert's got the vaccine.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say,
Stand in
Robert.
line?
Just want to remind everybody one more time before the president speaks. He should be up here shortly. We're waiting on our 2-minute warning here. We are going to be live tonight from Phoenix, Arizona for the Stop the Steal rally at the Arizona State Capitol. Liz Willis and Mike Nificent will be live in Phoenix tonight at I believe coming up here at I believe it is 7 o'clock Mountain Time. From the Arizona State Capitol, and we'll also have our RSBN group prayer coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, live here on Right Side. We are also in Philadelphia. We'll have action for you tomorrow from Philadelphia. We'll be carrying Team Trump press conferences and much more. The President of the United States is on his way out. Enjoy the press conference. God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to provide the American people with an update on our efforts to protect the integrity of our very important 2020 election. If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly, but a lot of votes came in late. I've already decisively won many critical states, including massive victories in Florida, Iowa, Indiana, Ohio. To name just a few, we won these and many other victories despite historic election interference from big media, big money, and big tech. As everybody saw, we won by historic numbers. And the pollsters got it knowingly wrong. They got it knowingly wrong. We had polls that were so ridiculous, and everybody knew it at the time. There was no blue wave that they predicted. They thought there was going to be a big blue wave. That was false. That was done for suppression reasons. But instead, there was a big red wave. And it's been properly acknowledged, actually, by the media. They were, I think, very impressed. But that was after the fact. That doesn't do us any good. We kept the Senate despite having twice as many seats to defend as Democrats, and in a really much more competitive states. We did a fantastic job with the Senate. I think we're very proud of what's happened there. We had many more seats to defend. They spent almost $200 million on Senate races in South Carolina and Kentucky alone, 2 races, and hundreds of millions of dollars overall against us. At the national level, our opponents' major donors were Wall Street bankers and special interests. Our major donors were police officers, farmers, everyday citizens. Yet for the first time ever, we lost 0 races in the House. I was talking to Kevin McCarthy today. He said he couldn't believe it. 0 races, very unusual thing, 0. And actually won many new seats with, I think, many more on the way. This was also the year of the Republican woman. More Republican women were elected to Congress than ever before. That's a great achievement. I won the largest share of non-white voters of any Republican in 60 years, including historic numbers of Latino, African American, Asian American, and Native American voters, the largest ever in our history. We grew our party by 4 million voters, the greatest turnout in Republican Party history. Democrats are the party of the big donors, the big media, the big tech, it seems, and Republicans have become the party of the American worker, and that's what's happened. And we're also, I believe, the party of inclusion. As everyone now recognizes, media polling was election interference in the truest sense of that word by powerful special interests. These really phony polls, I have to call them phony polls, fake polls, were designed to keep our voters at home, create the illusion of momentum for Mr. Biden, and diminish Republicans' ability to raise funds. They were what's called suppression polls. Everyone knows that now. And it's never been used to the extent that it's been used on this last election. To highlight just a few examples, the day before election, Quinnipiac, which was wrong on every occasion that I know of, had Joe Biden up by 5 points in Florida, and they were off by 8.4 points, and I won Florida easily. So they had me losing Florida by a lot, and I ended up winning Florida by a lot. Other than that, they were very accurate. They had him up 4 points in Ohio, and they were up by 12.2 points. And I also won Ohio, great state of Ohio, very easily. The Washington Post said Biden up 17 points in Wisconsin, and it was basically even. They were off by about 17 points. And they knew that. They're not stupid people. They knew that. Suppression. There are now only a few states yet to be decided in the presidential race. The voting apparatus of those states are run in all cases by Democrats. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret. And they wouldn't allow legally permissible observers. We went to court in a couple of instances, and we were able to get the observers put in. And when the observers got there, they wanted them 60, 70 feet away, 80 feet, 100 feet away, or outside the building to observe people inside the building. And we won a case, a big case, and we have others happening. There are lots of litigation, even beyond our litigation. There's tremendous amount of litigation generally because of how unfair this process was. And I predicted that. I've been talking about mail-in voting for a long time. It's really destroyed our system. It's a corrupt system. And it makes people corrupt even if they aren't by nature. But they become corrupt. It's too easy. They want to find out how many votes they need, and then they seem to be able to find them. They wait, and then they find them. And you see that on election night. We were ahead in vote in North Carolina by a lot, tremendous number of votes. And we're still ahead by a lot, but not as many, because they're finding ballots all of a sudden. Oh, we have some mail-in ballots. It's amazing how those mail-in ballots are so one-sided, too. I know that it's supposed to be to the advantage of the Democrats, but in all cases, they're so one-sided. We were up by nearly 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania. I won Pennsylvania by a lot, and that gets whittled down to, I think they said now we're up by 90,000 votes, and they'll keep coming and coming and coming. They find them all over, and they don't want us to have any observers, although we won a court case. The judge said you have to have observers. Likewise in Georgia, and they're appealing. Actually, they're appealing. We won a case that we want people to watch, and we want observers, and they're actually appealing, which is sort of interesting. I wonder why they'd appeal, that all we want to do is have people watch as they do the vote tabulations. Likewise in Georgia, I won by a lot, with a lead of over getting close to 300,000 votes on election night in Georgia. And by the way, got whittled down. And now it's getting to be to a point where I'll go from winning by a lot to perhaps being even down a little bit. In Georgia, a pipe burst in a faraway location, totally unrelated to the location of what was happening, and they stopped counting for 4 hours, and a lot of things happened. The election apparatus in Georgia is run by Democrats. We also had margins of 300,000 in Michigan. We're way up in Michigan, won the state, and in Wisconsin we did likewise fantastically well, and that got whittled down. In every case they got whittled down. Today we're on track to win Arizona. We only need to carry, I guess, 55% of the remaining vote, 55% margins, and that's a margin that we've significantly exceeded, so we'll see what happens with that, but we're on track to do okay in Arizona. Our goal is to defend the integrity of the election. We'll not allow the corruption to steal such an important election, or any election for that matter. And we can't allow anybody to silence our voters and manufacture results. I've been doing a lot of public things for a long time. I've never had anything that's been as inspirational, by people calling, talking, sending things to us. I've never seen such love and such affection and such spirit as I've seen for this. People know what's happening, and they see what's happening, and it's before their eyes. And there are many instances which will be reported very shortly. There's tremendous litigation going on, and this is a case where they're trying to steal an election. They're trying to rig an election, and we can't let that happen. Detroit and Philadelphia, known as two of the most corrupt political places anywhere in our country, easily cannot be responsible for engineering the outcome of a presidential race, a very important presidential race. In Pennsylvania, Democrats have gone to the state Supreme Court to try and ban our election observers, and very strongly. Now, we won the case, but they're going forward. They don't want anybody in there. They don't want anybody watching them as they count the ballots. And I can't imagine why. There's absolutely no legitimate reason why they would not want to have people watching this process, because if it's straight, they should be proud of it. Instead, they're trying, obviously, to commit fraud. There's no question about that. In Philadelphia, observers have been kept far away, very far away, so far that people are using binoculars to try and see, and there's been tremendous problems caused. They put paper on all of the windows so you can't see in, and the people that are banned are very unhappy and become somewhat violent. The 11th Circuit ruled that in Georgia the votes have been in by Election Day, that they should be in by Election Day, and they weren't. Votes are coming in after Election Day. And they had a ruling already that you have to have the votes in by Election Day. To the best of my knowledge, votes should be in by Election Day. And they didn't do that. Democrat officials never believed they could win this election, honestly. I really believe that. That's why they did the mail-in ballots, where there's tremendous corruption and fraud going on. That's why they mailed out tens of millions of unsolicited ballots without any verification measures whatsoever. And I've told everybody that these things would happen, because I've seen it happen. I watched a lot of different elections before they decided to go with this big, massive election with tens of millions of ballots going out to everybody, in many cases totally unsolicited. This was unprecedented in American history. This was by design, despite years of claiming to care about the election security. They refused to include any requirement to verify signatures, identities, or even determine whether they're eligible or ineligible to vote. People are walking in there. They have no idea. They're just taking numbers. They're writing down things, the workers, and doing a lot of bad things. And we have a lot of information coming and litigation that you'll see that will shake even you people up. And you've seen it all. The officials overseeing the counting in Pennsylvania and other key states are all part of a corrupt Democrat machine that you've written about. And for a long time, you've been writing about the corrupt Democrat machine. I went to school there, and I know a lot about it. It hasn't changed. It's a long time ago, and hasn't changed. It's gotten worse. In Pennsylvania, partisan Democrats have allowed ballots in the state to be received 3 days after the election, and we think much more than that. And they're counting those without even postmarks or any identification whatsoever. So you don't have postmarks, you don't have identification. There have been a number of disturbing irregularities across the nation. Our campaign has been denied access to observe any counting in Detroit. Detroit is another place, and I wouldn't say has the best reputation for election integrity. Poll workers in Michigan were duplicating ballots, but when our observers attempted to challenge the activity, those poll workers jumped in front of the volunteers to block their view so that they couldn't see what they were doing. And it became a little bit dangerous. One major hub for counting ballots in Detroit covered up the windows again with large pieces of cardboard. And so they wanted to protect and block the counting area. They didn't want anybody seeing the counting, even though these were observers who were legal observers that were supposed to be there. In Detroit, there were hours of unexplained delay in delivering many of the votes for counting. The final batch did not arrive until 4 in the morning, and even though the polls closed at 8 o'clock. So they brought it in, and the batches came in, and nobody knew where they came from. We've also been denied access to observe in critical places in Georgia. In multiple swing states, counting was halted for hours and hours on election night, with results withheld from major Democrat-run locations only to appear later. And they suddenly appeared, and they all had the name Biden on them, or just about all. I think almost all. They all had the name Biden on them, which is a little strange. I challenge Joe and every Democrat to clarify that they only want legal votes, because they talk about votes, and I think they should use the word legal votes. We want every legal vote counted, and I want every legal vote counted. We want openness and transparency, no secret count rooms, no mystery ballots, no illegal votes being cast after Election Day. You have Election Day, and the laws are very strong on that. You have an Election Day, and they don't want votes cast after Election Day, and they want the process to be an honest one. It's so important. We want an honest election, and we want an honest count, and we want honest people working back there, because it's a very important job. So that's the way this country is going to win. That's the way the United States will win, and we think we will win the election very easily. We think there's going to be a lot of litigation because we have so much evidence, so much proof, and it's going to end up perhaps at the highest court in the land. We'll see. But we think there'll be a lot of litigation because we can't have an election stolen like this. And I tell you, I have been talking about this for many months with all of you, and I've said very strongly that mail-in ballots are going to end up being a disaster. Small elections were a disaster. Small, very easy to handle elections were disastrous. This is a large-scale version, and it's getting worse and worse every day. We're hearing stories that are horror stories, absolute horror stories. And we can't let that happen to the United States of America. It's not a question of who wins, Republican, Democrat, Joe, myself. We can't let that happen to our country. We can't be disgraced by having something like this happen. So it will be hopefully cleared up, maybe soon, I hope soon, but it'll probably go through a process, a legal process. And as you know, I've claimed certain states, and he's claiming states, and we can both claim the states, but ultimately I have a feeling judges are going to have to rule. But there's been a lot of shenanigans, and we can't stand for that in our country. Thank you very much.
Are you being a sore loser? To finish with no interruptions
None of the nonsense, just the truth. Which President Trump's peaceful protests are amazing, full of proud, patriotic Americans from all walks of life that love the president, love freedom, love God, love their country. We're showing you that with no shame. So support this independent media movement at Right Side Broadcasting. You can support us by going to our website, rspnetwork.com/donate, or you can mail a check to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Now I'm going to read a few super chats. and I'm going to hand it over to Chiz Maga, and he's going to wrap it up for us. Let's start with My 2 Cents. Said, I bought a Donald Trump AK-47. It's awesome. Hey, let's look at these fans over here. Look at all these patriots over here. Love it. I'll get to the super chats in a second, but I'm over here distracted by the crowd. They love us here at RSPN because they know that they have an ally in the media. We're the only pro-Trump network that's going to show you everything start to finish. How you doing, ma'am? God bless you. God bless. Hey, God bless. Make America great again. Make America great again. That's what we're going to do. We're going to win this fight tomorrow because that's the only choice we have. I'm sorry, but my freedom is non-negotiable, and Joe Biden and these Democrats aren't taking it from me. Thank you. We love you. Thank you. They're saying we love you. You are number one. We love you. Thank you. Look, we got a nice crowd over here. 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years. You guys see that? You see that? We got fans up in here. Real news, real news. Yes, yes. 4 more years. Can we get a 4 more years, chant? 4 more years. 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 Oh. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to need to wrap, unfortunately, because I can show you this all night because it's exciting. But we do need to wrap because we have to send it over to Lansing, Michigan, where President Trump will be wrapping up. So from us here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, God bless you. God bless President Trump. Let's make America great again. We're going to win this election tomorrow. 4 more years. God bless you. Good night.
All right, thank you so much, Mike. For those of you watching the Kenosha stream, we're going to migrate on over to the Grand Rapids rally stream. So if you're watching it, it will end soon. Same thing with Facebook and Periscope, but we will create new streams on YouTube. We are actually already live on the Grand Rapids stream, so join us over there. We're live right now. We expect a huge crowd there in Grand Rapids to close out the 2020 campaign season for President Trump. And this is actually the same location, not location per se, but the same city that he held his last campaign rally in 2016. I believe we were there. So anyway, thank you all so much for watching, for helping us to break another record tonight. God bless. See you over in Grand Rapids.
Hi, I'm Cade Courtley, former Navy SEAL platoon commander, sniper, CIA contractor, and author of the SEAL Survival Guide. Now, recently, I've made it my personal mission to help Americans become more self-reliant and more prepared for whatever comes next. Now, today, I'd like to introduce you to something every single American should have in their home. This container right here is the 4-week survival food kit. Now, inside, there's 4 entire weeks of food packed in. Now, in my role as a Navy SEAL, I learned that the only gear worth having is gear that's going to last. Now, these survival food kits are designed to last for 25 years. That's years longer than anything else I have in my stockpile. This is a go-to should you encounter a situation where you cannot depend on outside resources such as grocery stores or the government for food. The food we normally keep in our kitchens that we eat every day doesn't have a very long shelf life. And other foods that do, like MREs, can wreck your body. That's why you need a dedicated set of survival food. Now this is not an MRE. It's not a survival snack. It's a survival meal that's gonna give your body exactly what it needs to keep going. And these are good meals, mac and cheese, oatmeal, creamy vegetable and rice dinner. These are just 3 of the meals you could get in the bundle, and there's nothing nasty or chalky about them. The 4-week survival food kit from 4 Patriots gives me complete peace of mind when it comes to thinking about my next meal in a survival situation. These can sustain breakfast, lunch, and dinner for one person for a whole 4 weeks. That's day after day of comfortable eating, knowing you've got exactly what you need to eat well, no matter what. Now, I hope I never need to use them for the full 4 weeks, but there's enough food in these pouches if I have to. This is food that I don't have to spend a ton of time preparing either. Now, in a survival situation, every moment counts. And if I can save a few of those precious minutes during food prep, I will. This is food that works for me, not the other way around. Boil a little water, pop it in, and stir for a few minutes. It's that simple to get a meal going that'll keep you steady all day. Here's the secret right here. In this Mylar sealed pouch, the 3-step process that this pouch goes through to stay perfectly sealed until you open it is how the survival food is designed to last for 25 years. I mean, you might have some canned food lying around, but the truth is that food in the can will only last for 5 years. Have you checked your cans lately? They might even be approaching their best to eat by date. But this 4-week survival food kit is a long-term readiness plan and a step towards becoming less dependent on the government or someone else to help. These kits are incredible, right? And they're simple to store. So I keep them in several different spots, and when I'm taking a trip, I stick some in my car for the drive, just in case. And did I mention how good these are? Never ever underestimate the moral boost that a nice tasty meal can give you in a survival scenario. These are going to keep you not only fed, but satisfied when you need them most. Here's what you need to know though. When people stock up on this survival food, they usually act fast. Now this means that this 25-year incredible tasting survival food could be out of stock very, very soon. That's why you need to hurry and reserve yours right now, because they will not be around forever. And there's no telling how long it'll take to get more of this food back in stock. So that's why you need to click or tap the link near this video and go to the 4 Patriots website right now. As soon as you order, they'll get to work on shipping these right to your door. Now grab your 4-week survival food kit now before they run out.
Want to know the secret to more energy? Do one thing. Place your hand on your chest, hold it there, and ask yourself this. Could it be that all signs of getting older are coming from one fixable problem right under here? This is probably going to surprise you, but if you have low energy, if your body is achy or you need naps at random times, or if you're gaining weight or having skin problems, joint problems, or trouble concentrating, these issues could all be starting right here at your heart. Now, most people, when I first tell them that, think I'm talking about heart disease or heart attacks. I'm not. I'm talking about something sneakier, but also easier for you to fix. First thing you have to know is that all these things that are usually blamed on diet, exercise, age, or genetics, things like fatigue, weight gain, dull skin, and brain fog, often really originate from your heart. I'm Dr. Stephen Gundry. I've made this short video to show you a common issue that can drag the rest of your body down, especially if you're over 40. And I'm going to show you something powerful you can do to help your body correct the problem. You see, research has shown there's an internal switch you can flip, and it helps you get back your energy, support your metabolism, and help your whole body work like it's supposed to. Imagine starting to feel and look like a younger version of yourself. You find yourself waking up first thing with incredible energy. You can do a full day of work, even get some exercise, and still have pep to enjoy family time at night. No naps required. Even things like losing weight get easier, and you can finally wear things you've missed wearing. Make no mistake, these things are within your reach, and it's because of the incredible power your heart has over the rest of your body. And by the way, what I'm about to show you does not involve diet, exercise, or a lifestyle change. It's one simple thing you can do at home to help you combat fatigue, metabolism, and other issues at the source, your heart. As you learn this simple technique, and you see how easy and powerful it is, you might even be frustrated you didn't know about it sooner. Don't blame yourself though. For a long time, even I didn't know your heart could trigger such dramatic improvements in your body. And my specialty as a doctor is the heart. In fact, at one point, I was performing more infant heart surgeries than anyone else in the world, in addition to all the regular heart surgeries. More than 10,000 total heart surgeries. To be exact, I invented surgical devices, set records, and won awards. According to my colleagues in the field, no one knew the human heart better than me. And yet, despite my expertise, there I was, an obese man approaching 50 with low energy and terrible health. Yes, that was really me. And I thought the same thing everyone else did, that I was just getting older and I needed to eat better and exercise more. So, I went on a strict diet and started running and working out, and none of it worked. If anything, I felt worse. Maybe you've had an experience like this yourself. It was only after a long investigation that I discovered the problem lurking in my heart and in the hearts of countless others too. And when I discovered how to fix it, it was one of the biggest breakthroughs ever for both me and the thousands who have benefited from the discovery since. It's the reason why at 70, I'm now the slimmest and most energetic I've ever been. Let me show you what I found out and how you can use it to get your youthful energy back. You're about to discover the two problems that drain your energy, and one simple technique thousands of people have now used to fix both of them. And I should probably introduce myself properly too. So again, I'm Dr. Stephen Gundry. You may have seen me before on shows like The Doctors, The Kelly Clarkson Show, and Dr. Oz. I'm a cardiothoracic surgeon, nutrition researcher, and 5-time New York Times best-selling author. And I'm the inventor of 9 major surgical devices, including the Gundry retrograde cardioplegia cannula. If anyone you know has had open heart surgery within the past 25 years, this device was probably used to keep their heart alive during the procedure. I'm also the founder and director of the Center for Restorative Medicine, with award-winning clinics in both Palm Springs and Santa Barbara, California. Overall, I've spent more than 40 years as a health pioneer, including over 20 years as one of Castle Connolly's top American doctors. And as grateful as I am to have accomplished these things, there's one breakthrough I'm prouder of than anything else. It's what you're about to learn in this video. I'm confident this information can change your daily life completely if you commit to using it. So, I encourage you to pay close attention. Ready? Let's pull back the curtain on your energy. We'll start with a closer look at your heart. Now, your heart's main job is to support every process in your body. And if anything goes wrong with your heart, every other part of you is affected. That's because your heart is where all your energy comes from. And I don't just mean the energy that makes you feel alert. I also mean the energy that powers everything inside you. Your muscles, metabolism, brain, lungs, digestive system, immune system, everything. Now here's something most people don't know. When I talk about your energy, especially when it comes to restoring it, I'm actually referring to a chemical your body makes. It's called adenosine triphosphate, or ATP. Your whole body runs on ATP. It's produced in every single cell inside you. Simply put, ATP is your energy. And there's one muscle in your body that makes and uses more ATP than any other. Can you guess what it is? Yep, your heart. All the cells in your heart are like super factories for ATP. Making it is their full-time job. And your heart uses this ATP to constantly pump blood, which carries oxygen and nutrients all over your body. And when the cells in these other body parts receive the oxygen and nutrients, they use them to make their own ATP. And as a result, your entire body is able to run at full power, thanks to abundant ATP everywhere. And it all starts with your heart. When you're younger, this whole system runs beautifully. It's why you have tons of energy and feel great at that age. It's also why you have a roaring metabolism and can stay skinny more easily. As you get older, though, two problems emerge, and they start to drag your whole body down, draining your energy and your health. And if that weren't bad enough, the second problem also triggers age-related weight gain. I'm going to reveal both problems now. I call them your two energy obstacles. And I'm going to show you the one powerful technique that's allowed thousands of people to feel more energetic than they have in years. So let's start with energy obstacle number one, your heart. Now, this is going to sound kind of weird, but look at this banana. It's fresh, brightly colored. Looks great, right? Now, look at this banana. It's the same banana, but a week later, it's now brown and wilted. Believe it or not, knowing what happened to this banana can help you get your energy back. You see, the banana turned brown because of a chemical reaction, and the same reaction happens in your heart. It's called oxidation. The older you get, the more this oxidation starts to happen, and it attacks your heart on the most fundamental level, your cells, where the energy is made. And at first, you don't see the damage, but as the damage begins to accumulate and spread to the rest of your body, you start looking and feeling older. This is what people think of as aging. And if that wasn't bad enough, the oxidation also starts slowing down your blood flow, another crucial part of your energy. You see, oxidation can keep your blood vessels from staying open and relaxed, making it harder for your blood to get through them. And this ends up slowing down the nutrient supply to the rest of your body. And you start losing energy and aging even faster. Fortunately, though, there is one key difference between your body and that brown oxidized banana I mentioned earlier. Unlike the banana, your body is actively fighting the process. It's constantly trying to fix the damage the oxidation causes. And research shows us if you can slow down the oxidation enough to let your body catch up, your heart cells can continue doing their job, repairing themselves and making ATP. And your blood vessels can stay relaxed, helping your heart get the energy supply to the rest of your body too. This means your whole body can start recharging. You can start feeling younger and even looking younger. Think about how this could change your daily life. Imagine that thriving feeling as your whole body wakes up again. So, how can you accomplish this? You arm your body with powerful compounds called phytochemicals. Phytochemicals are special nutrients certain plants store in their leaves and fruit. When you consume them, they help your system start slowing down oxidation. They do this by scavenging molecules that cause the oxidation, known as free radicals. As these free radicals get neutralized, it helps free up your system to start ramping your energy back up. This enables you to experience a renewed surge of youthful vitality, and that's regardless of your age. And I can tell you firsthand, as can thousands of people I've helped, the difference you feel is incredible, especially after you remove the other energy obstacle, which I'll get to in a moment. So, where do you get these phytochemicals? Well, I've researched this for years, and the richest sources I've found by far are 3 unique berries. They've all shown incredible health-boosting power in studies. That's why I call them the Heart Power Trio. They include Schizandra, shown in human studies to support enhanced physical stamina, optimum mental clarity, and even hand-eye coordination. Mangosteen, shown in groundbreaking animal studies to help you fight weight gain and support healthy activation of AMPK, the youth enzyme that controls aging. Acerola, shown in animal studies to help improve mental energy and fight weight gain. The key to these berries' power is that they're super rich in the most powerful phytochemicals ever researched. In multiple studies from some of the world's top researchers, these phytochemicals were found to be exceptional at fighting off age-causing free radicals. And not only does this help you get more energy rapidly, starting in your heart, but it also provides important support to your heart health in the long run. Brigham and Women's Hospital investigated phytochemicals' role in supporting heart health through a massive study with more than 43,000 men over the course of 24 years. At the beginning of the study, all the participants were roughly even in terms of heart health. And at the end of the study, the ones who consumed lots of phytochemicals maintained their heart health better than the ones who didn't. That's a major real-world demonstration of the powerful support phytochemicals can provide your body. And this is just the beginning. Now that oxidation is slowing and your heart is running smoothly, we can tackle the second energy obstacle that can get in your way. And since this obstacle is also a leading cause of weight gain in the process, benefits of removing it become even more exciting. Energy obstacle number 2, the energy storage problem. Now, when it comes to your energy, your body actually has 2 choices what to do with it. Option 1 is to use it as fuel. Option 2 is to store it as fat. And the problem is, as you get older, your body starts to go with option 2 more, storing your energy as fat rather than using it as fuel. Not only can this problem make you feel worn down and older, it can also make you gain weight. But why does this happen? And what can you do about it? Is there a way for your body to unlock these fat stores and start turning them back into energy? I found the exciting answer when I started studying a compound called carnitine. Carnitine is an important chemical your body makes when you're younger. It helps your cells turn fat into energy. As you get older, though, your body starts making less carnitine. And this is what leaves you with less energy and more fat. But what if you started ingesting carnitine to get it back into your body? Could it help reverse this situation and help you get thinner and feel livelier? According to a groundbreaking clinical trial that was carried out in Germany, the answer is yes. In this trial, German scientists put one group of adults on carnitine for 10 days and the other group on a placebo for 10 days. And everyone ate the same diet. When the scientists tested both groups at the end of the 10 days, they found the carnitine group was burning more fat for energy. To make sure it wasn't a fluke, they switched who got the placebo and who got the carnitine and did the trial a second time. The results were consistent. Whoever got the carnitine burned more fat. As an author of over 300 medical papers, I can tell you, results like this are exciting. And that's why, when you combine carnitine with heart-supporting, energizing phytonutrients, the effect can be life-changing. It's so powerful, in fact, over the past several years, I've had countless people try this combination. And nearly all have lost weight, felt more energetic, even gotten into their old skinny clothes, felt clearer mentally, felt more confident, and so much more. And if you think that sounds great, get ready. It's about to get even better. You see, about 2 years ago, I made a discovery that helped amplify these results even more. So let me reveal that discovery now. Earlier in this video, I talked about how your energy is actually a chemical called ATP. Well, your body uses a nutrient called ribose to make ATP. And a major clinical trial on ribose was carried out in Europe that revealed something astounding. In the trial, scientists found that if they gave people a ribose supplement, their bodies would make more ATP with it. In other words, if your body gets more ribose, it has the potential to make even more energy. So when I began recommending people add ribose to the energy combo I already mentioned, their results went through the roof. They reported experiencing a fantastic increase in all-day energy, or more youthful feeling body, feeling less tired after physical exertion, improved mental energy and focus, improved skin appearance, much more control over their weight, a feeling like a burden had been lifted off their bodies. The list goes on. And of course, it's one thing to talk about these benefits. It's another to truly experience them for yourself. So let me show you the most powerful way I've found to get this incredible combination of nutrients into your body. And this way you can start seeing the exciting changes firsthand. Now, first of all, every compound I've named in this video can be found in select foods. Phytonutrients can be found in the Heart Power Trio berries I talked about. acerola, schizandra, and mangosteen, along with a few other key exotic fruits. Carnitine can be found in a special kind of milk called A2 milk, and ribose can be found in small amounts in pastured eggs and organic spinach. The problem is, to see the real results, you'd have to consume piles of these foods, far more than you could realistically eat, especially since some of these foods are already hard to find. That's why many of the studies I mentioned didn't use the foods. They used special, custom-made concentrates. That's how they got the huge results. And the thing is, these laboratory-grade concentrates are hard to make. In some cases, mistakes during processing can actually destroy the nutrients. That's why the real stuff usually isn't available publicly. It's not the kind of thing you'd easily find at a store or online. When I realized this, I began going through the studies and making phone calls. Eventually, I got my hands on premium concentrates of the Heart Power Trio berries. They had the top level of purity available and packed a super high dose of easily absorbed, energizing phytonutrients. This would help support a healthy heart and optimum blood flow throughout your body. I knew that was an amazing start. After that, I reached out to some of the food chemists who supplied these studies. I took copious notes and then got to work in the lab. Thanks to their guidance and my own experimentation, we found a way to concentrate additional fruit compounds. I eventually wound up with a massive blend of 12 ultra-potent fruit concentrates. I called it the Super Blood Flow Blend. This blend gives your body a complete blast of re-energizing compounds. It's specifically designed to help you overcome the first energy obstacle, fighting free radicals and supporting blood flow. At this point, I knew I already had something more potent than anything on the market. But I wasn't finished yet. There was still energy obstacle number 2 to handle. We needed carnitine. So I reached out to my contacts in the scientific community, and they helped me secure a concentrate of the most potent form of carnitine available. It's called acetyl L-carnitine. It's rapidly absorbed by your body and used right away to take care of the second energy obstacle, helping your body unlock fat for energy. The only thing left was to amplify all the benefits with ribose. And I'm thrilled to report I was able to get a sought-after form called D-ribose. It has an ultra-high level of bioavailability. This means your body can easily digest it and send it to every cell inside you to make ATP, the chemical you use for energy. This final ingredient rounded out the most complete and potent formulation of body re-energizing ingredients my colleagues or I had seen anywhere, all designed to help unlock the full potential of your body from your heart outward. I named the blend Gundry MD Energy Renew. And as soon as I got people taking it, the differences became obvious. You see, Energy Renew is designed to be your master key to maximum energy, a healthy metabolism, a youthful feeling body.
Hello, I'm Father Frank Pavone of Priests for Life. Are you tired of the lies that his opponents tell about President Trump? He puts kids in cages, he's racist, he doesn't have a plan to fight the virus. Well, so am I. So I've set up a website called electionhonesty.com, which says 12 of the most common lies and helps you to refute them. Go to electionhonesty.com today and spread it to others. And remember,